All right, good morning, Tenwin, Lennon. Oh, god damn it, hold on. No, what the hell? Oh, that's not good. What did I fuck up? What did I fuck up? God damn it. Hold on. Okay, that will be what we have to do with that one. There we go. Fucking A, OBS being up. 200 streams straight, Tenwin. Dear God, yeah, you have been non-stop since we started. Thank you, man. Hot damn. Hot damn. Well, welcome everybody. Hope you all have been having a glorious weekend. It is Sunday, and we are here to wrap up. Well, I mean, highly wrap up, most likely to wrap up Endless Legend. I don't think there's any way we can lose at this point, short of allowing the AI to just complete their story quests. So let's go ahead and dive back in. Boop, boop. And load it up. Ooh. Since the Rogue Trader days, yes, I have a new Gamer Subs flavor, actually. I finally wrapped up my new me passion fruit one that that I got last time. New caffeine. What will you do if you finish today? I have an idea for that, Tenwin, but I'll make it a surprise once we're done. Because I also don't know how far I want to push this as far as this. Which victory do you think we'll get? I mean, probably the technology victory would be the easiest one, but we'll see. We'll see. Considering, yeah, 19 fucking thousand. I mean, obviously the next one we would want is this. Did it double? No, it did not double the amount of time, but it is increasing. Counted for the scientific victory. Counted for the scientific, yeah, plus 100% production. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, I know we need to start on this research, but I want 19K for one turn before we throw everybody else back into science production, okay? I just want that, all right? Oh, and the fact that I'm not even actually close to done. Like, I can add so much more. I could add so much more. Oh, that is insane. That is insane. I have to see what this looks like. A town crier here. Is there anything I can build that would actually... Nope, that's production, and that's unit health. Town crier, buy. Town crier, and I can't buy you. I need 2,800 for that. I am willing to sell stuff to get it on all of our buildings. Oh, right, I'm banned from the market. Fuck you, roving lords, you fucking bastards. Fine. One turn of just insane amounts. Oh, I forgot. You're out here. Oh, right. You're technically right. So that's another 1,500. That gets me to 21,000. So wait, what cities aren't building anything? Oh, you're not. I mean, put something there, I guess. Yeah, get the advanced alchemical labs. Get the Nycloptean lens, because that's more science, and we'll need that. More science! Yes. I just want to see my number go up. There we go. 21,411. And now it's at 22,000. I just had to see that, that's all. Hostile spy, decrease industry production. Ha 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 ha! You think that matters? You think that matters? Ha 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 ha! Oh, they think that matters. That's funny. That's real funny. Okay. All right. So first thing is first, we're going to put you on that. So let me just take a look at what this does here. Let me just take a look at this. Currently, it will take us 26 turns to research this. 26 turns. That takes it down to 20. That takes it down to 17. That takes it down to 15. That takes it down to 14. And that takes it down to 10. Open my cities, sort by population. Okay, fine. Sort by science. Stop moving. There we go. Oh no, my industry, if only I had infinite money to burn. Exactly. Exactly. Go ahead and get me some more research through Imperial funding. Try to see if there's anything else that I can get over here. Apparently, we don't have a river in this city. Yeah, there's no rivers in this province from the looks of it, which is a shame. We can build the Imperial funding here for another, what is that, 10%? No, 5 science for each terrain with science on it. That'll work for me. Also, go ahead and get started on the boroughs. Which one gives us the most science? That would be this one. We'll do the same down here. Unfortunately, that one? Yeah, that one. Sure. All right, nothing more I can get there. What about you? We can't get anything, so I'm gonna get the... Oh, I think... Yes, there is a river there. So get that one so we can get the river, which will allow me to build the others. Oh, yes, get me the... Wait. Go ahead and build that. Go ahead and build that. Is that everything? Yes? Yes. Oh, we need... Okay. No, wait, I can't buy anything. They won't let me. I hate that. That won't increase our total output. That will give us 3 science. That will give us 7. So we're going to build a district right there. And I guess, okay, if we're not going to get it in one turn, then I guess there's no point. We can't build any of the science buildings, so get me another district. Don't think any of these... Oh, that one will give us 4 science. There we go. And you... That'll get us 3 science. That'll get us 11 science. That'll get us 24 science. 33 science. So that one right there. Go ahead and build that. Should I add more pop, or should I add more, or should I buy the buildings? What's the cost right now? 1,500? It is cheaper to just add another pop right now. I'm still making 11k a turn, though. So, and we need only 9 turns to double our research allotment. Oh, but as I was saying, new Gamer Subs flavor. Caleb Hammer's Liquid Assets, it's their new flavor. They're partnered with him, I guess. And, wow, it is raspberry. That's probably the strongest fucking raspberry flavor they've done. And it is tart. It's not bad. It's certainly not bad, but it is tart. I'll go ahead and increase my influence. All right, we have 11k. Should I keep buying pop, or should I buy more burrows? 8 turns on that. What can I do? Unfortunately, we're not bringing in much titanium. I wish we were, but all the science buildings require titanium. That would get us more money, I guess, but... Yeah, +3 terrain with river. How long does this market ban last? You're really screwed over in regards to titanium. Yeah. Terrified. Oh, interesting. Dismissive, dismissive, dismissive. Oh, shut up. Can I get you to market ban nullification? Wait, what? Oh, so that's it? I just spend resources and it goes away? Huh? Market ban. This will remove the ban on selected empire. Yeah, that's what I want. Fine. And if I give you... What is the cheap... No, do not give them that. No. Boarding vessel, public life. What is the cheapest tech I can give you? Smelting station. And then I just need to give you, like... How about I give... No, not all of it. Fuck that. Like, 15. There we go. Your cities aren't doing anything anyway. Making a single unit just run over a beacon wouldn't hurt. I know, I will. There we go. Now you. Why? I really wish it would just tell me why exactly they're so... Strength of its armies, strength of its navies. Okay, then why do you care? Because every time I give you guys shit, you then turn around. Can I get... What does that do? No, that just improves the science we get from trade routes, and no one wants to give me a trade route right now. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I said to kind of hate you if you're too powerful for some reason. Yeah, and I mean, I am at almost 1700 score, and the cultists are the next runners up at 900. Yes, there's some Mithrite enough with the fucking market ban. Have I built a harbor down here? Yes, I did. Okay. So go ahead and give me... I need titanium for the boarding vessel. Are you shitting me? The funny thing is... Well, okay, hold on. No, because we're going to need to... I'm going to have to send a ground unit because they don't have anything near the water. I have to actually land and walk inland before I'll be able to see them. How much does this guy cost? 2,500. That's a lot, but eh. Hold on. Just split off one of my riders. How do I... No, how do I get you to just... There we go. Okay, and you're gonna come over here. Come on. Move it. There we go. There we go. Okay, more burrow streets, I think. Also, let's just go ahead and buy ourselves some titanium now before that jackass bans me again. Okay, so we still can't purchase any scientific areas there or there. We can build a large-scale aquatic center. Which I would like now. That's relatively cheap, too. Oh, we need pearls. We need pearls for some of those other buildings. That's a 10% bonus across the board, yeah. Are people selling the pearls? Wine, Titan Bone, Spices, Red Sand, Quicksilver. Pixie Blood, Moonleaf. Okay, so you can't buy them on the market. Can I get them from my neighbors? Ooh, you have a lot of pearls. Can I... How much dust do you want for those pearls? Wow, I could give you 10,000 dust and you would not give me those pearls. What the fuck? I could give you statistical methods and you would give me those pearls, though. I could give you pretty much any of, like, the tier 3 and 4s, and you would do it. Would you be willing to give me... Oh my god, they have 300 titanium. I don't want 300, but if you're willing to give me, like... Okay, there we go. That's a way to start. Yeah. That'll give me a little stockpile to work with. I can get 95 pearls and 96 titanium. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Okay. That's a 10% science bonus. That's a massive science bonus per pop. And a large-scale aquatic center. There we go. There we go. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay, this one already has all of those. That's why. Okay, you also have all of them. You also have all of them, though. Go ahead and add 9. So that's 9. Hold on. 3 science, 9 science, 9 science, 11 science, 35 science. Wait. No, 35 dust. I'm an idiot. So we'll go with this one. Have you learned the cell unit strat? No, I have no idea what that is. Oh, good. Build that. Build that. And build that, please. So. Right, that gets us some more science next turn. That'll get us some more science. That'll get us some more science. That'll get us some more science. And that will get us some more science. Go ahead and build that. Ooh, go ahead and... Ooh, chapel... Yes, build the Chapel of Auriga, too. That's a free... That's basically a free pop. Very nice. Basically, when you have nothing else to build, you build units and then sell them. Huh. Well, the thing is, I think that would work if I wasn't a faction that was already auto-buying my units. Just to point that out there. Sounds like a cheese exploit, but yeah. Yeah, and again, I don't think that really works for our guys because we don't have production. We're using dust to buy it, so it's kind of pointless. Is there anything I can auto-buy? Because I still have money. We can buy that. Can't do that for that. Can't do that for that. That's fine. Oh, get started on those mining rights. And the dust orchids. I said the dust orchids. There we go. And the mithrite extract. Yeah, get started on all that. And in fact, go ahead and just auto-buy the dust orchids. Okay, so we're sitting at... What are we at right now? We produce 10,500 science output a turn. Let's see what that looks like next turn. Will you ever go to Power World or not your kind of game? No, I'm afraid Power World is... oh, sorry. I'm afraid Power World is not my kind of game. It really isn't. That got us up to 11,600. Isn't big on pure gameplay over plot. Yeah. Age of Wonders 4 next. Battletech. Battletech is on the list. Not sure when. Age of Wonders, I do owe another playthrough at some point. Morning, I guess, wherever you live. Yeah, it is closer to morning. It is closer to morning for me. No, survival, like open world survival exploration games, they're not my thing. I've tried Ark. I've tried a couple of other ones in the past. I was never even really that big into Minecraft. Watching Minecraft, yeah, sure, that's fun. But playing Minecraft, I couldn't quite hit that gameplay loop. V Rising, I tried them too. Still wasn't my kind of game, I'm afraid. Still wasn't my kind of game, I'm afraid. All right, is there anything else we can get to boost our science? Because if there isn't... Yeah, you don't have a river anywhere, so... You can't get this, right? Yeah, you can't get this. That means borough streets and population growth are the only way to increase the amount of our research. That gets us a 9. That gets us a 9. Let's go with you. Also like watching survival games, not playing them? Yeah, they can be fun. They can be fun to watch, but they're definitely not my thing. They're definitely not my thing. Okay, let me take a look at our cities. Sort by, there we go. How much does it cost? Almost 2,000 for our capital, but one pop in the capital is worth, what's that? 71 science. As opposed to, yeah, it's just worth more is the issue. So we're gonna auto buy the borough and then we're gonna drop more pop. That got us 3 more pops plus the borough. And I still have 1K left, so we'll go ahead and buy this district as well. What about management games? I mean, this counts. Yeah, unfortunately, because of the way I play, my 4X games tend to be management games. I also sort of hoped he would play Rayos 2 at some time. I still need to look into that. I know you gifted it to me, Kenwin. Why are you not moving? I told you to go over here. All right, 2 more borough streets done. 5 points, and this will double our fucking science production. Dust Revitalizer isn't really needed. We can build more boroughs because we've just been expanding the pop non-stop. That gets us the most science right there, 16. Oh, good. There we go. Let's get that hydromantic laboratory up and running. That'll get us another +3 from terrains with rivers. And then get me another... I think that will count as getting more river provinces, so it will be more valuable in a moment. So go grab that. Auto buy that for cheap. Borough Street, 900. That's not too bad. Borough Street, 1,500. Another Borough Street. That's 3 science. 1 science. 9, 9, 27, 25, 9. So this would be the highest one. Go ahead and buy you out and then get another pop and another pop, and that's all we can afford. Anything else we can buy out? Yes, you. Oxygen not included, Lobotomy Corporation, maybe RimWorld. I don't know if that's more of a survival game. RimWorld, probably not. Again, that's another one I've tried playing in the past and I can't get into the gameplay loop. I'd be tempted to at least try Oxygen not included. And Lobotomy Corporation, I've seen some interesting gameplay from them. Galactic Civilization 4 came out with a new DLC. I don't think I've played the Galactic Civilization series since Galactic Civilization 2. Also, I love how the Urkin is just leaving these lights around every time he leaves an island, because he's been hanging out on islands for like most of the game. So he always ends up with just a bunch of these things hanging around because they can't go anywhere. Oh, our heroes leveled up. More dust. What is he, here? No, he's at here. That still adds more. Thank you. So that should be it. There requires to be some kind of plot. It took me to point out that ES2 had quest lines and a plot for him to try it out. Yeah, because I had mainly was just worried based on what I'd seen that it was just a 4X game. Like one of the ones that I remember not being that sold on was back in the day. It wasn't 4X, but it was strategy games. Sins of the Solar Empire. You know, I heard everyone raving about Sins of the Solar Empire. Sins of the Solar Empire. Great, amazing strategy, sci-fi strategy game. And then it's like it's just to play against bots. Like, I'm sure it seems to be very well balanced and very moddable, but it has like zero story that I'm aware of. Good stuff, but it lacks vibes. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. We're technically speaking, we are still missing 3 luxury goods. I'm honestly kind of shocked about that. What was your next faction quest? I need a level 6, whatchamacallit, Dust Bishop. And when I realized how much money we were making and how much research we were making, I kind of just forgot about it. And I don't know. Because I don't even know how this... Recruiting a unit on units, I don't... that doesn't... The wording of that is asinine. Since it was funny once or twice, but it gets boring quick. Yeah, that is a quest you indirectly sabotage by not recruiting Death Bishops early. Yeah, I am aware. Alright, fine. Get this in location station, and we'll see if this does it. Total output. Okay, so we cannot get any research at all here. So we want to spread out this way, because there are some research spots over here. And apparently you leveled up. Go with more dust. Yep, did that. Still building. That gets us 3. That gets us 1. That gets us 9. 9. 17. 16. So 17. We'll go here. The funny thing is that because we are, like, the lords still do their whole building farms thing, even though they don't need to eat, we're slowly basically terraforming the desert into farmland, even though we don't use it. It's so weird. All right, buy out the Burrow Street and then give me 2 more pops. Yeah, give me another burrow then. That would get me 3 dust. That would get me nothing, nothing, and nothing. So there is science down here, so we are going to move in this direction. Ah. Where? Oh, I completely... Right. Oh, right. Wait, they never fucking got these guys under control. There they are. Join us, the world and the universe await the flowering of our purpose. What would it cost for me to get you to just shut up and not... Yeah, a boarding vessel. That's all you want in order to make peace. Okay. I don't suppose I could get you to fucking do a trade deal. No, you can't because you haven't built any kind of port, and we can't do anything. Is your shit getting raided? By what? That's even deep into your territory because Khazar is over there. I am just confused by what the AI has been doing this entire game. We have enough resources to reactivate all of them? Yup. And militia leveled up, and... Ow. Yeah, sure, influence, why not? Speaking of which, 6 turns and we'll have a new empire plan. Go away. 3 turns for our research. So does that mean if I just hire a unit on unit, what does that mean? Where is it? Plus 120 EXP when recruiting a unit on units. So do I put him in the garrison and he gets more, because units spawn in the garrison. How much does this cost? 4,100. 3,000 for a baseline unit that I haven't added any upgrades to. All right, we're gonna try recruiting you. Honestly, I can hold out on the borough streets because they're not as important. Yeah, there we go. So that did get us some more science in this direction. Problem is, there's not much else anywhere else around here. If that's the case, where's the center of the city? Over here. Let's start working on getting that leveled up. There's no proper explanation of what Inulcation Station does. Yeah, well, I don't know. So right now, he is at level 4 with 41 out of 160. And we'll see where it goes from there. Another borough street. 1 science. 3 science. 8 science. 8 science. 9 science. And 3. So we want this one. And then I want more pops. Here we go. The returns still. Imagine if I could transfer population, because I would get more value by my guys being in the other one. Yeah, no, that doesn't do. Okay, so the newly recruited unit gets 120 EXP. Okay, so we need to recruit another Dust Bishop and see if he levels up when I do this. If the bishop that I hire levels up faster. We'll try that. That still leaves me with 9k. We're going to go ahead and buy you. We're going to go ahead and buy 2 more pops. 2 more turns on that. We still have some money left over. Let's buy that borough. Map exchange. Sure. Yeah, as I thought. You haven't really actually explored that much because you've spent the entire game at war with the dragons. Just got all the achievements in Cultic for Chapter 2, except finished the game on Expert. The Old Town map is brutal. Yeah, it was. Duke Leofric has leveled up. Go ahead and give me more dust. How does this guy? Yeah, there he is, level 6. There, he just started at level 6. Okay, good to know. So, what is this quest? Hold on. Where is it? No, not that one. Oh, no. Yes. Yes? Yeah, that is that. Faction quest. Okay. Go search the unspoiled ruin in Kazoo. With an army led by the hero Martin de Ildan de Saluza that contains at least 1 level 6 Dust Bishop unit. Okay. So, he's here. We're going to attach him to this army. And then we're going to assign... Hold on. We are making 12,000 from that. How much money do I lose? Okay, less than 1,000. All right. I'm assuming they want this. You found nothing. The game lied to me, didn't it? The game is lying to me. Yep. I have to go into cultist territory in order to... That is so dumb, but okay. We are at peace. Time to make a trek. Yep. I don't suppose you'd let me hire a new governor to replace the guy that we just had to move out. There we go. Jocelyn Duvall. Bye. And then I'm gonna put you 1,500 or 2,000. Wait, you're still in dust production. Oh, I'm an idiot. So hold on, 996, 1,000, 541. 1400. So, or you already have a governor. Wait, 996, 541, 1000. So yes, you. And then let's go ahead and level you up immediately. Let's get you the dust upgrades. There we go. You have enough cities for it. I know. And his trinkets. Right. Keep forgetting that. Let me see here. +2 science. What else does he have? The +2 dust. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter right now, because... And then the pendant. +1's at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, the happiness doesn't really matter now, so... There we go. And then another borough. Doesn't increase our science any on this side. Doesn't increase our science any on this side. That gets us 9, plus some more dust. That gets us 3. That gets us 3. All right, so we want this one. Not going to get the cultist governor. The cultist governor only really works in the city. Or in my capital city. Because their main advantage is that they get the science and influence one, but the only buildings that I've built that power science and influence are in my capital. Impassioned Preacher is okay, but by contrast, the Forgotten Lords get additional terrain on rivers, terrains with dust, and resource deposits. That's also a big one in pretty much all of my other cities in order to get more out of my mithrite, my adamantine, my fucking glass steel, all that shit. So yeah, the cultist governor in the capital, good. But the broken lord governors in the other cities, I think work out better. Just because of the way I've built my wonders and stuff. All right, we're about to finish up this. Let's go ahead and buy another one of you. Let's go ahead and buy 2 more pops. Our central capital is producing almost 6,600 research a turn. None of you fuckers want a trade deal. All right, well, we will be hitting it next turn, so hold on. I want to see this. We are currently producing 14,475 research. And go ahead and build me another borough. Here. There we go, 2 out of 5. Difference engine. Borough Street constructed. We now produce 19,605 research per turn. That didn't feel like a plus 100%, but I'm assuming that's only it doesn't count what your citizens make. So now, if we research this, it only takes 5 turns. We only need 5 turns to research United Empire. Oh. Hello, Mr. Fanatic Dude. Well, I don't think I need to worry too much about these guys because they don't look that strong. I would appreciate it if you would let me go over this way. And that's going to take a while. Fair enough. All right. United Empires. Researching. Don't forget to send someone to the Forgotten. Well, I don't care about the Forgotten. I just don't care. Tedwin. The only thing we can really do at this point is just number continues to go up. And that is just kind of how this ends. Sure, but discovering them for funsies. Nah. It's not really fun. All right, go ahead and grab this for the 54 additional, let's go ahead and resource from luxury resources, get started on that. Is there anything? Oh, dust dredger, add that. Borough streets are almost done there. Borough streets are working there. So just... yeah, more pop. More pop. It does occur to me. 541, 1,000. Wow, that's with nobody in it. 1,005. 118. 1,500. If I take you guys, that takes 1 turn off of our research. That doesn't really change anything, does it? Go ahead and buy you. You're being done. Go ahead and buy you. You. And can't buy anything else. The forgotten are forgotten. Big shocker. You have no reason not to send a guy over there for the sake of it. It's a single click and ignoring until he pops up where you win. That requires effort. I don't even remember what happened to my boat. Didn't I send that somewhere? Or is he dead? I don't know. No? Yeah, no, he died. Do they even have... okay, they do have a port, so I guess I could send something. Get that, and then get me the Borough Street and pops. You need someone that can walk on land? Why? Why can't I just put a boat right here? What? You're really telling me that the game will not let me learn that there is another civilization when I park a boat next to... would it be faster? No. At least not with how... I mean, maybe? No, I don't think so. It's gonna take like 2 turns to cross the water, and then like another turn to land, another turn to fucking get on the boat in the first place. You have to circle a continent. This is why I said I don't care. And then you're surprised when I get even less caring when you bring up all the fucking problems. I just don't care. Oh no, I didn't run into a faction because the AI is completely fucking brain dead. Are you seriously about to block me from landing? You better get out of the fucking way. I swear to God. Also, love how they only just now decided to come here to pacify this fucking village. Less mithrite and Hyperium initial item costs, more adamantium palladium item costs. City upkeep per regional building, that's gonna hurt. I'm pretty sure I lost probably like a couple hundred dust income just from that. Rescuers of the hero. Oh, they got a forgotten hero. Don't need you. The fact that she's still leveling up consistently is scary. I don't think there's anything else I can give her that will boost our productivity, though. That's more EXP. That's recovery speed. That's odds by looting ruins, infiltrated hero, fortification, military upkeep. Security would be nice, but I don't really have a way to get there. Oh, to help his city. Oh, okay, grab that. Because that will just dismiss the fucking... I think that just negates most of the winter penalties for the city. Okay. Where can we get more science? 3 there. 1 there. 3 there. 3 there. 6 there. And that's it. So grab the 6 down here. Level 20 is max. Wouldn't surprise me. As for our combat general, let's go ahead and have him boost all of our guys' life. That's getting worked on. That's getting worked on. More pops. More pops. Unending pops. 3 turns and we double our influence gain. What other resource? Hold on. What other resources are there? Luxuries. Luxuries. So what am I missing? What am I missing? Sort by price. This is by Quicksilver. Do I have that? No. What does Quicksilver do? Additional EXP. Okay. And Red Sang. That's also additional EXP. The last one is Dust Water, which gives a plus 50% bonus on all cities. So if I were to say, want to buy a bunch of that. Fortunately, we don't have enough money this turn. And unfortunately, I think it's the only one that isn't even on my continent. At least nowhere near. Did I get that boat? I don't remember. I thought I bought the boat. Oh, I don't care anymore. I just don't care. Okay, we have 18,000 influence points. Let's go ahead and add the +2 production there. We're maxed out on all of these. Costs us 9,600 to max out all of our bonuses, which we can easily do. Is there anything else I can do with influence? Because it doesn't feel like there's anything else I can do with influence. More pops. Working on that, working on that. On that, working on that, working on that. Go ahead and buy that. Go ahead and buy that. All right, where's my army? Am I allowed to walk into your terrain now? Or, oh, really? That's what's been raiding your shit? The Ended? Who the fuck are you? Oh, they're haunts. Okay. They've been losing to the haunt village that I'm pretty sure is like over here somewhere. How? Also, again, I do love the architectural style for the cult. It's actually really cool. Like, that's a proper, like, fantasy megacity. Like, I'm actually getting, like, Sigil from Planescape or Alushinira from Wrath of the Righteous with the way it's built, just with less purple. All right, they want me to go after that one. I'm pretty sure he doesn't care if I walk through his territory, does he? Yeah. Connect trade routes. No defensive structures. Reveal explored tiles. We should be good. While we wait for you to win, in a theoretical situation where you played another game, which would it be? Probably either Cultists or the plant Mono City faction. I would like to see those guys as mechanics, one or the other. Really? You know what? I don't fucking care. You're a pain in the ass. Also, my army is quite literally on your doorstep. Go ahead and try something, bitch. See what happens to your city. We go. United Empire is 1 turn away from activating. So what is it going to cost us to do the next one? We're looking at 101,000 for each of these. And that's probably going to go up by at least 10 to 15% as soon as this gets researched. Ugh. Oh well. More pops. More burrows. I do wish you could build multiple burrows at the same time. It's kind of annoying that you're limited on that. Because we are rapidly approaching Mega City with this province. There's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 unexploited land provinces in Manur. This place has almost been fully colonized, essentially, fully industrialized, and technically speaking, pretty soon it will link into my city in Kuask, which will then only spread even further. Again, kind of weird that you can't spread to an island. Like, that really limits you if you happen to start on, like, an island or a peninsula that like, this area is a peninsula, but it also has 3 islands, none of which you can build on unless you build the city on the island, but then you're cut off from everything else. Like, these guys are fucked. They're just fucked. They can their city is here, which means they can only use this. They'd have to hope to expand this way, and they just haven't. Another Cold War. I am just so done with you folks. There we go. Base influence is now over 1,000 a turn. Borough streets are done. What was I? Right. So what are we looking at here? Oh, wow. No, it only increased by about 5%. That's not bad. Well, we don't need production. So let's go with that. 5 turns for, what is that called? Serum of the what? Serum of Iteru. From what lost ruin, from what ancient text was this magical thing discovered? Many rise to claim the honor, but that is unimportant. What matters is that this magical serum allows a glimpse of the endless biotechnology, turns ordinary soldiers into extraordinary beings. What did the others say? This is more than a glorious auditorium where the great minds of the day can discuss and resolve important issues. It is a symbol of the power and prestige of your empire and a beacon of hope in the dark days to come. The marvel of magical engineering accretes and stores dust, a self-perpetuating engine of wealth creation. It increases the amount of dust generated within all cities. Basically, these are the technologies that are like the tier 1 technologies of endless space, essentially. This is your race uncovering the very basics of endless technology. All right, go ahead and start working on some dust revitalizers, because we do have a lot of those. And the dust dredger. How? I have been accumulating glass steel for like 30 turns now, and now you're saying I'm already out. God damn it. 3 there, 3 there. 3 there. Let's go down the coast. This way. And then more. Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, no matter how many I buy, it's not enough to take a turn off of this, despite the constant increases. Ah, well. My internal trade routes alone produce over 500 dust and 500 dust a turn. I guess we may as well buy some more pops elsewhere if we can. Nope, nope, we don't have enough. Well, hold on. Nope, don't have enough. All right. Let's, I will make a save here just in case this all goes to hell when I do this. Search. The Pendant of Judgment, plus 20 city, or science can only be equipped by Broken Lords. Okay. I hear strange reports that the Marquis fled or disappeared. It is said that all good things come to an end, perhaps bad things do as well. And he's gone. The Marquis has disappeared, but his precious pendant is yours. Find the location where other associated artifacts are and secure them. Search the temple ruins with the Pendant of Judgment equipped on a Broken Lord's hero. God damn it. 334 games on Steam. Not bad. Close to my 370. Yep. Plus 20 science. That is not... Well, don't forget, that will stack with any percentile bonuses and stuff. 10 win. So that's not the worst. It is the end it is the end I'd hoped for, but not the way that I wished. The Marquis' body, pendant intact, was found before the portal of an ancient temple. Most of his followers lay there as well, their bodies crushed and withered. Though many weep, the alchemists and archivists are dancing with joy, for they have the pendant. Vincus states that beyond any shadow of a doubt, the pendant in the circlet wants the controls of a great machine. Further study, however, has shown indications that there is a missing third piece. If the third piece is any semblance to the power of the first two, its discovery is the utmost important. Auriga does not release her treasures without tithing blood. However, let us hope that the thing will be worth the lives it costs to obtain. Now I must return my efforts to serious matters, as the Marquis was an unwanted diversion for the true challenge, the long-term survival of the Broken Lords on Auriga. It's out in the middle of fucking nowhere! Army piercing bonus. If I swap that, because it said I needed the pendant, right? More than a mere pendant, this enormous multi-piece brooch could be a series of detailed etchings or a web of infinitely small cogs, certainly but one piece of a smaller whole. So I have to have that on me when I do it, right? Yes. Okay. And it was... Which one was it? That one. So I need to take you and go here. And take you and go here. I will leave my riders just in case the ardent mages choose to do something stupid. I'm blown away for the ones who have over 500. Yeah. Some people just keep going when it comes to Steam. They just keep buying shit. Okay, then I guess you can come back over here. Actually, yeah, pick those guys up and bring them back. It's gonna take 5 turns. God damn. Hyman. Oh, good. More of that, and a burrow. That's 8. I think that is the highest for science production. Yeah, it is. There we go. And enter. Ah. We go. That's more resources. I did want to buy... Where was it? More dust water. Because I need how much? I need 35 to activate it. There we go. And then... oh, these guys are... Hold on. Hold on. Reactivate. There's no point in using wine. But I do want my... Go ahead and activate that. And go ahead and... What are we sitting at right now? 13,500. And that adds... We're at 16,000 income. Even though no one is working in dust production. Not a one. I'm running to the restroom real fast while I take that in. Like, now I'm curious how much we make if I moved everyone back over to dust production, because that would be kind of funny. Also, Jocelyn. He doesn't have any, he doesn't have a third one. Well, no one's producing any gold right now, so... Go ahead and put that on him. And then... Yeah, 2931. Where is it? There we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, that added about 60 productions because of the various percentile bonuses. So it almost tripled the value of the relic. Which, if I'm not producing any dust over on these guys, I may as well. What does my capital city look like? Right now, we're producing 10,000 dust in our capital with no one in there. What happens if I transfer everybody over? An additional 8,000. I mean, I may as well. Yep. Get me the dust revitalizer. Those are getting built. Give you the mithrite extractor. And that's all, folks. Yep. Go over here. You go over here. You're going to take a while to get there, aren't you? What are we at right now? Oh, yes, everybody's building shit. I see that. Reactivate all these. You reached level 10. Let's go with more dust. And what was I gonna look at? So the cultists are sitting at 1100. I am sitting at 1882 for score. They are the only ones who are even close. Everyone else is just at the fucking dead end. Just nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's 6. That's not gonna get me anything. The next big, like, research block of territories is up here. So we're gonna go ahead and grab you. And then, hydromatic laboratory. Yes, please. And then get me another burrow. That's 6. That's 2. That's 8. So we're going to go ahead and grab. If you ever want to play again, you might want to try harder AI. Yep. I mean, I was worried. It was my first game. You know me. I'm fucking a bitch when it comes to that. Get me the Imperial funding. Burrow streets are being built. No reason to rush that right now. You can get another Burrow street. And that's your best bet, because that's 12. I don't think... You're building. Fine, just add that in. Since just keeps wanting me to build that. And we just don't have enough titanium for the rest, because we never have enough titanium. We've never had enough titanium for this entire goddamn game. How are you so far behind? There we go. Oh, can you modify your transport craft? I don't think you can. So there's no way to increase your speed on water. 80 pop. There's an 80 pop in my capital city and 35 and 34 for the rest. Good God. Here we go. Really? Or I'm not even gonna bother. Oh, I should have set it to auto. Fuck. Doesn't matter. Okay, yeah. Wow, they still deal decent damage. They just... I'm pretty sure they're gonna die here. Oh, that just barely didn't kill them. My stalwarts are actually pretty fucking... They have a 100% chance to deal their main damage and a 20% chance to crit for more. And none of you fuckers can actually reach them now, can you? Oh, you might be able to. That would be nice. There we go. Okay, so they attack... Yeah, they attack everything around them. You're not going to be able to reach them, which means they're going to get their turn off. Or not? That was weird. I didn't think they'd gone yet. Slice. Oh, God, no. Please, just skip this. Just skip this. I don't need to watch the fucking units just move around for no reason. I don't understand why they programmed this. I don't even understand why. It should have just been, oh, all enemy units dead. Battle over. There we go. There we go. All right. And wait, which was that one, right? Yes. Okay. Here. I don't even know who that was. It disappeared from my screen. Oh, the Kazanji, right. Plus 5% influence per pacified villain. Interesting. All right, next turn, he'll be over there. We'll be almost done with the serum. Y'all are building shit. I don't have to worry about you. You are building shit, but I need more burrows. 1, 1, 3, 3, 3. I guess I would have to go up here in order to get these. Yeah. 18 dust. 36 dust. 36 dust. 54 dust and 3 science is still not bad. Go ahead and build down here. Oh, I am making 17k a turn from no one being in dust production. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Borough streets, we're all working on those, but I would rather just get more pops. Alright, well, we just bought 8 more pops. I'm honestly shocked it's not bringing that down, because, like, hold on, what is... 10,343 to 11,065. Yeah, that added several hundred more science. Your hero does as much damage as a guardian. Yelp. Oh, right, you guys are still coming back. Why do you just use all your movement and go back to where I told you to go? Really? Just auto this. I'm not in the mood. Yeah, that's what I thought. You are still healthy. So there. And you guys took barely any damage. Search. You stirred the natives. Defeat the armies that rise up around you in order to get the Sighing Scepter of Ire, I guess. Plus 30 health on unit, plus 10 defense on unit. That doesn't seem that good, but okay. Vine snakes, I do not care. They are level 7 vine snakes, I'll give them that, but I don't care. Yeah, no, we're good. Oh, you have to heal with action points, too. Who are you guys? Oh, that's a quest army. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Oh, right, you're my other governor. Go ahead and just give me more on terrain with dust. And you guys leveled up. Oh, Minotaurs. The Gaura. Plus 5% life per pacified and rebuilt Gowran village. These large, slow-moving herbivores retain some vestiges of their less intelligent ancestors. Though they're often on 4 legs for eating and resting, they rise up to 2 on observation and using tools. Okay, so Tauren, basically. Yeah, very, very Tauren. They've got glass steel weapons, too. Huh. Okay, so you have to get destroyed, you have to get destroyed, and I'm guessing there must be another one around here, because I think it said we had to kill 4 of these armies? Yes. Okay. Well, we're about to get a 100% bonus to our health, because we've gotten the top tier. Yeah, there we go. Location station, Borough Street. Oh, you guys are just coming to me. Can I heal before that happens? No, it will not let me. Auto, offensive, fight. And we fight, and we fight, and we fight. All right, that's 3 of the armies. The guy's leveled up again. Oh. Oh, my guy can handle this no problem. Okay. That worked. Photios even leveled up. He's now level 6. He's 2,500 health now. Holy shit. Okay, so where's the last one? Defeat the armies that have risen up against you. 3 out of 4. Where's the fucking last one? It's gonna force me to look around, isn't it? Destroyed village, another village. You'd think it would, the game would be forced to send it towards you. Like, oh, yeah, I guess, get started on that. 5 turns. Yeah, where's the last quest battle game? Where the fuck is the last quest battle? Really? You really want to try your luck against this? Okay, buddy. Goodbye. Where the fuck is he? Like, where could he be? Why does it not show you? That's... Especially since one of them spawned on top of us, which is just... You'd think that would... Okay, we're gonna go down this way and see if maybe he's down here. Nope. Nothing. There's nothing down here at all. Just regular... Okay, over this way then? Maybe? Have you ever seen the series Stargate? Yes. Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis. I've used to watch those. What the... Okay, for a second, the road disappeared on the map, and I was like, what the fuck? Well, I have lots of money, so, do I have anything to build? No. Well, that's a population of 101. And Kusk needs some production. Give me another burrow. 3... And that's it. Sure. No, I used to watch Stargate. It's one of those series that I've never actually seen from beginning to end, though. Like, because of the way I always saw it on TV, there's, like, vast swaths that I've never seen. And other episodes that I can remember very clearly because they got shown, like, 5 or 6 times. Kind of like Star Trek The Next Generation. How does that make any sense whatsoever? How are you over here? The last quest battle spawned by one of my cities. How does that make any sense at all? Oh, and they're besieging me. You motherfuckers. You absolute bastards. Shocker. That doesn't produce anything. That doesn't produce anything. That's barely going to produce anything. Go with that and go with the dust revitalizer. And then buy me more. Jesus Christ. Spawn your stalwarts in the other city, retrofit them, and march them over to kill. Unfortunately, stalwarts cost... Oh, I actually have some here. Hold on. Grab you two, get those spawned, take those two as well, and then we'll move them over. I've also got my cavalry coming down, but unfortunately, there's no road between Temple Mount and Hyman. Unfortunately. There's a game called Exogate Initiative on Steam. You basically run a Stargate Corporation, build base, explore. Oh, take a look at that. That could be interesting, especially if it has like an actual strong central like narrative to it. Let me fight the Goa'uld. The game will finish in 50 turns. I didn't even realize there was a turn limit. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize there was a turn limit. Are you serious? We're gonna be one fucking spot short of being able to engage them? Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Oh, right, that's the militia. Ba-ba-da-ba. 60 Hyperium. Okay. No place or thing of lack of power. Yeah, we've seen all that. What's left? Search the indicated temple ruins with an army full of 8 units of level 5 minimum, all equipped with the Sighing Scepter of Ire. Okay. Unfortunately, most of this army is level 4. Ah, this is so fucking annoying. Oh, go kill those guys and see if we can get enough experience for this. You can't retrofit in the field, then there's no point. I'm taking your word for it, Tenwin, that the quests in EL2 are much better handled than this. Because so far, the main story quest has been frustration after frustration. And not in a good way. Well, fuck it. I guess, well, I'm gonna make a save here, because in 2 turns, we win the research victory. Another burrow. Sure, 11 science. That sounds right. And Ozek leveled up 1 more time. Unfortunately, I can't get to the security one, which would actually be useful. That gives defense, that gives attack, and there's nothing else. Too bad you can't backfill. Like, unlocking this should unlock these, but meh. Because it lets you unlock that between the different tiers, but okay. I mean, I don't really matter, does it? Sure, grab that. In 1 turn, we finish Endless Alloys, and this is over. So, before we do that real fast, I will take all of my money, and let's see how much larger I can make my empire before that happens. First of all, let's equalize you guys, and then boop, 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 and boop. There we go. So we have our capital city at 104, 39 in Kazakh, and 38 in Haimun, Aitao, Zadeh, and the Temple Mount. And if I were to, say, transfer everyone to dust production, just as a thought experiment, I produce 37,000 dust a turn, with a upkeep of 91 from my heroes and nothing else. And technically speaking, that's not even optimized because I could do more with the governors that I have. But still, that is fucking insane. I'm also maxed out on Mithrite, apparently. I'm also maxed out on Mithrite, apparently. I forgot that there was a 999 cap on the strategic resources. And in 1 turn, it's all over. And even without anyone in research, we produce over 9,000. We produce almost 10,000 research a turn. We produce over almost 10,000 research a turn. Oh yeah, give me another one. Why not? Why not? There's no reason not to. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go ahead and save one last time, as this is right before the end. We currently sit at a score of 2,028. And enter. Endless alloys, and there it is. You have achieved the scientific victory for the Broken Lords. And that's it. That's a little anticlimactic that it just kind of ends. A little anticlimactic, not gonna lie. So let's see. I wish I could zoom in on this because it's a little small. No cinematics. I know. Well, I mean, you don't need a cinematic. Even just like a little pop-up that had like some final words from the faction leader would be nice. Something basic. So in the end, 2,094 score. The cultists had 1,000. I don't even know how, because it didn't look like they were actually doing that much better than anybody else. The poor Wild Walkers got crushed, and Rayop did not do much better. Dude did not die, but his score is barely above the one guy who did. Let's take a look at military. Oh, that's why. So by around turn 70 or so, the cultists were already stronger than almost every other faction combined. And they just, how? I didn't see that many units from them, so I don't know how they're even counted as this. Also, apparently they lost like half their military at some point and then rebuilt it all. Meanwhile, look at that. That was when I researched the final military tech, wasn't it? Just do. Mithrite? Oh, yeah, that could do it. Expansion, yeah, there's no comparison. There's none. The alliés of all people were the only ones who were regularly taking over like more areas. Population, research. Surprisingly, we were low to middle of the pack until about the 150 turn mark, and then I just, how do you have that much research and yet you were missing so many techs? Obviously, we're not in food production, although apparently the alliés were producing a lot of food. Like, a fucking staggering amount. Industry? That was with no one in industry. You can't even see the other players on the board. You can't even see the other players on the board. Because the fucking Lords of Dust have, well, no, they're not negative 10 win. It's that the line on each of these is based off of whatever the highest was. So because my final turn had over 35,000 income in dust, the very first line here is, oh shit, you're right. Yeah, the cultists had no money. The fucking Forgotten barely had any money. The Roving Lords had negative. How? How? You're the Roving Lords. What the fuck? Science. Yeah, nobody. I had a final science score of 9,600. The next runner-up was Styros with 488. Let me see this. Who had the next highest industry? Styros at 413. And no one else was making food except the fucking allié. Influence, 1,161. Empire approval. Surprisingly, most of the nations maintained decent approval throughout the game. Except for the alliés, apparently. They seemed like they were having some serious ups and downs. What does this score even matter? Oh, wow, the fucking Drakkar had perfect, like they were in first place from turn 1 and maintained their diplomacy score all the way to the end. First of all, how? Second of all, in what way did this help? And yeah, I was behind all the way in quests. All the way. I was always dead last in quests. By a fucking country mile. Well, shit. That is the end of our Endless Legends gameplay. Well, hot damn. Hot damn. I don't even... Okay, so I have an idea for what I want to do next. I'm stretching right now. Oh. It's not gameplay related, but it is something I wanted to do because I thought it would be kind of cool. Just give me... well, actually, no. Let me get my final thoughts on Endless Legends. Since this was a proper playthrough, I will give my final thoughts. For a second attempt at a 4X game, very solid, but also incredibly jank. Like, it's shocking to me how... It's almost shocking to me how smooth Endless Space 2 is in comparison to this. And it tells me that they learned a lot between Endless Legend 1 and Endless Space 2. Because, wow, Endless Space 2, even though I was confused in a lot of places there too, there were a lot of quality of life features and a lot of just ease of use that made getting into it and understanding it much quicker than Endless Legend. And I'm hoping that they've continued to learn from that so that we can see a similar improvement when we get to Endless Legend 2 next month, since it'll be fully out. Very jank. Yes, very jank. Very jank. But honestly, still good. Mostly because Endless Space 2 also helped do the whole minimalist actual gameplay, the whole Space 4X angle with lines between nodes and such. Yes, that did help. At the same time, you can see the construction system and the FIDC system got refined. The quest system also, although Endless Space 2 also had some of those issues, like as we've discovered by playing as the Vaulters, Auriga spawning on the other side of the galaxy and immediately getting swallowed up by the fucking Academy of all people. To say nothing of the fact that you can't boot a population out of your empire. Like, there's still some things in Endless Space 2 that are a little jank. But the sheer step up in refinement between Endless Legend 1 and Endless Space 2, if we get even half of that level of improvement between Endless Space 2 and Endless Legend, then Endless Legend 2 is going to be great. It's going to be absolutely solid. Overall, very interesting, very good. I did like the RPG elements that they keep trying to introduce to this, but I think I do have to agree, Tenwin, that while having the ability to fully customize your units is interesting, the nature of a 4X game means that 99% of the time you're just using the same unit, and you very rarely, if ever, need to swap anything out. So you're adding customization for almost, like, you're adding a lot of workload on the back end, and potentially even more workload on the player's end from having to keep everything updated for very, very, very little actual payoff. It is interesting, but I don't think it worked quite well here. Endless Legend still has an enormous fan base, which is nice to see. I mean, Amplitude in general seems to have crafted for themselves a very passionate fan base across the board, and I'm happy for them. I think they've done a very good job with this. It's also not easy keeping a fantasy and a sci-fi setting essentially in the same universe and keeping your lore straight between all of it. So it is very interesting. This has been quite entertaining. I am going to shove you guys back over to the starting soon screen while I work on setting this up. Okay, so just give me a moment and we will be back in a second with, I think this will work. In fact, yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Fuck it, it's my stream. I can do what I want. We'll be back in a moment, guys, okay? Don't worry, I have not left you. I am just working while I get this done. So hold on a second. Move you over here. God, I hate moving OBS. It causes everything to adjust fucking size. Okay, Twitch and YouTube are looking good. Upside that. I don't remember if I had... Oh, there we go. Well, that's working now, I guess. I haven't used this screen in a while. I couldn't remember if I had left that on. So that is there. Let me, hold on. And where's this fucking thing? Put that controller down. Not since the Aura Companion tier list. Yep, not since then. It's been a while, folks. It has been a while. All right, let me lock you. I don't need you in place just yet, but hello. For those of you who have been here for a while, but maybe not that long, yes, I do have a just chatting screen. I do have a reaction screen. Don't use it very much because I'm very much more of a video game player. So I also have to say I'm very much an old school Let's Player, shall we say. I used to watch Let's Plays religiously back in the day. So my usual content is I just want to get to the game, and I want to react to the game, and I want to react to the plot of the game and all that stuff. So I don't use my chatting screen as much as I probably should. My artist did a really good job, and it's really, really nice. I like it. It's very nice. Snazzy. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you. Yes, my artist did a really good job. I have to get background music for the chatting screen as well. I think I've got this all set up properly. I certainly hope so. Hold on. I've got my web browser in my other screen. Let me just make sure here. Also, let me swap the category back over to, where is it? Just chatting. There we go. But But no, you know what? I can use this time to talk a little bit more. Endless Legend, very good. No problems there. I'm looking forward to Endless Legend 2. The only problem there is, yeah, Tenwin, the more I think about it, the more I just want to play Dawn of War 4 when that comes out. Like, I will play Endless Legend 2. Absolutely no doubt about that. Like, 110%. But I really want to play Dawn of War. And even more so, I really just want the new Dawn of War game to be good. I really just want it to be good. I do not want a repeat of the game that shall not be named that I have wiped from my memory. Please. Please. Yes, let's not hope for another the game that shall not be named campaign situation. Yes, please, no. Dear God, please, no. I just want a strategy game. Like, just a 40k strategy game that I can just enjoy again. Please. To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to any of the gaming like trailers. So I don't know. Are we getting a game that is more like Dawn of War 1, or are we getting a game that's more like Dawn of War 2 or something in between? I don't know. I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised either way, because either we get bigger battles a la Dawn of War 1 and I'm happy, or we get more like RPG mechanics a la Dawn of War 2 and I am also happy, because I like both. Mostly Dawn of War 1 with a bit of oddly Total War overlay. I wouldn't surprise me if, given that Creative Assembly is also working on Total War Warhammer 40k, they wanted to retain, like, they probably might have told the design teams, like, hey, we don't need you to make gameplay similar, but we'd like it if you had like a similar visual aesthetic for certain things in order to sell that it is 40k. And to be fair, that might have been coming down from Games Workshop rather than, you know, devs. Morning, Kataka. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of chatting right now while I figure out what I'm going to do, because we just finished up Endless Legend 1 and I made all the dust in the world. Quite literally. But no, I'm definitely thinking we'll do Dawn of War 4 first, and then we will do Endless Legend 2. Or I will pair them off and do one after the other, one, you know, back and forth. Just woke up about 15 minutes ago. Well, I hope you had a good sleep, man. I hope you had a good sleep. We did finish up D&D last night quite late. Good session, though. Very good session. You know what? Fuck it. It's a just chatting portion of the stream. I can talk about our D&D campaign, which has been Minds at Fandelver, which has been, but our DM has been adding in some homebrew content as well, which has been quite nice. Quite nice. We've got a cult running around that is seemingly actually the nicer of the two options compared to the rogue drow criminal syndicate that we also seem to be chasing. Minds of Bendover. No. Sith on a harder difficulty on a different map. Oh, the Ardent Mages? Maybe. I could come back to, well, no. It depends. We'll figure something out. I still don't even know what I'm going to do tomorrow. But I did have a funny idea for this. I want to double check something, though. Yeah, there's nothing there about that. Okay, so yes, we are. Well, yeah, fuck it. We're gonna do that. Fuck it. As I said, I just need to embrace it. I've leaned on like being the person who's like, I just want to jump into the gameplay. Every fucking time that I boot up for a stream. I just need to embrace that if I want to talk about something, I'm allowed to talk about something. If I want to react to something, I'm allowed to react to something. It's my stream, damn it. After you left, he did say something about maybe letting us go to level 15 instead of level 12. Ooh, that could be fun. Ooh, because I don't really need to go past level 6 sorcerer in that build. I can get to level 6 and then double down on paladin levels, which would be kind of cool. Oh, but that would be an odd number of paladin levels, wouldn't it? That makes, maybe it would be 7 levels of sorcerer and 8 levels of paladin. That could work. It's our stream. Red March starts playing. I mean, technically speaking, yes, but much like Animal Farm in the streamer's content, all those participating in the stream are equal, but some are more equal than others, aka the actual streamer. All right. Let me just pull this up. We are going to be doing a little bit of reaction here. We'll see how long this takes, because I have thoughts about this. some of you may recognize this character. This is Lilygoth, aka Kinkymation, aka one of the better fucking artists that I've had the pleasure of even like watching their content. They've been doing a shit ton of art reviews over the last like 2 years. Marvel Rivals, 40K, fucking FNAF, pretty much every fandom they can find. Their Warframe reviews. Oh, very nice. We could do IRL as as well. They just gotta have the balls to do it. He can end stream when he wants, though. I mean, yes. They just gotta have the balls. Please do not cut my internet. Please do not try to track down where I am and cut my internet connection like an EVE player who's getting pissy that his favorite corpo in the game is not winning the latest corporation war. Please do not make a repeat of the Mittani from the great days of the wars between the Goon Swarm and the BOB. I do not need to have that in my life. It was fun to read about. I do not need that to actually happen. Thank you very much. Eggs your house. But yes, this is Kinkymation. This is something that I have wanted to do. This is her, I think it shows it up, her Pokemusu showcase for Gen 2. So she has been doing a art project slash porn project slash world building project that has leaned far more into the character design and world building over the years than it has just the pornography, to the point that I think she's not doing like Rule 34 of the Pokemusu anymore. She's doing straight up just world building and art design. So we're going to be looking at her Gen 2, which is all Pokemon Monster Girls based on Gen 2 of Pokemon. So Pokemon Gold and Silver. And the main thing I want to do with this is, as you can guess, a smash or pass, because Lily has openly endorsed that this video that I had pulled up here, which showcases all of the non-lewd art of the various Pokemon girls, is perfectly acceptable for a smash or pass. But to add a slight twist to that, I am also going to be providing some commentary, I think, on the character design specifically, because I've heard Lily in a couple of her streams and in some of her videos say that she would really love if she could somehow turn this Pokemusu like project into like the beginnings of like a video game or a video game world. And so my thought process is that in addition to the Smasher Pass, I'm going to kind of provide a little bit of extra commentary on each of the Pokemusu and what kind of role I think they could fit in a game like that, in a RPG, like a classic JRPG or like, you know, something like that. Or I guess in my mind, I'm almost imagining it like a Fire Emblem game of sorts. I could easily imagine, like, you know, that kind of thing where you recruit a whole bunch of different characters, a whole cavalcade cast of characters with different character designs and specializations, and use them in a top-down tactical strategy game kind of thing. You know, that kind of stuff. But also commentary on where I think certain characters could go story-wise, because, again, I have thoughts. Prepare for neuron activation, my friends, because quite frankly, some of Lily's Monster Girl designs are fucking amazing. The only downside is that this is only Gen 2, because I believe Lily has said on multiple occasions she is redoing Gen 1 because of how much she believes her world building and her character design skills have improved over the years while doing this. Before moving on to, I think actually her Patreon might already have Gen 3, but I'm a little behind the loop. Not gonna lie, I first uncovered this project through its Rule 34. So my knowledge of what she's been doing with it outside of that was decidedly limited until I actually started watching her streams. So we're going to go ahead and dive right into this. She gives a little spiel at the beginning that I will let play. Maybe I might even get this edited and put up on YouTube as a separate video. I really got to learn how to edit, or I need to start hiring someone to do some basic editing. One or the other. Regardless, we'll let this start, and I will be pausing liberally while this happens. So, yeah, Lily, take it away.
I turned every Pokemon into a cute monster girl. This is Gen 2, also known as the Johto region. Now, before we get started with this showcase, I just want to show off the fact that there are 3 main rules for this project. This is a character design project, and it wasn't going to be fun without a little bit of a challenge, so here we go. Rule number 1 is respect the silhouette. The Pokemon has to look like the Pokemon, regardless of what pose it has. Rule number 2 is respect the vibe. If the Pokemon has a certain,
and this is what I mean, like she's treating this like a proper like character design exercise. Like she's This isn't just a case of, oh, I want to turn the Pokemon into an anime girl. This is a case of, no, the Pokemonster girl has to still feel like she belongs in the Pokemon universe, even if it is a, let's be honest, highly sexualized version of the Pokemon universe.
Type of vibe, like if it's cutesy, the monster girl has to be cutesy. If it's threatening, the monster girl has to be threatening.
Oh yeah, she doesn't pull the punches on that.
And rule number 3 is to include as many characteristics of the Pokemon as possible in the monster girl. That means that anything that's weird
correct.
Skin color,
again,
no
only reason I am sad is that she's still working on the redo of Gen 1, and there are some of my favorite Pokemon of all time still in Gen 1. Scyther, my goddamn beloved. Favorite Pokemon of all time.
Arms, 5 legs, weird eye colors, 3 eyes, whatever. All that stuff has to be included.
Yep.
If I don't follow these
Respect
3 rules,
the monster
I failed,
side
but
of the
I
monster
think
girl.
I did pretty good. Now then, this video is just a showcase version for Gen 2. This is the video that you're gonna want to use if you want to react to the project, or play Smash or Pass, or just use it to make content. And if you do use it to make content, please let me know. Show it to me, link it to me, I don't care. I love it when people react to this stuff. I've put like 2 years of my life into this project, so I enjoy seeing it.
Nintendo suspiciously loading the lawyer dead. She has managed to fly under the radar so far. So, actually, it does occur to me. Give me 1 second. What I should do, let me remove that real fast, just for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and take the web browser. Let me go ahead and reacting to Lilligoth. I'm going to put that up there. Please, I don't actually know if my own security settings will let me post a link. It does. So we're going to pin that until I unpin it. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Let me bring Lily's beautiful artwork back up here. So firstly, we have the starters for Gen 2, which includes Chikorita. The only reason I do not say Smash for these is because they do feel, and this is where I wanted to get into like game design / world design / like RPG thoughts. The starters all give childhood friend vibes. So it's a case of, I wouldn't smash their initial forms, but I would 110% smash both of the evolved forms for both of them. Didn't stop you in BG2. That doesn't have anything to do with it, Tenwin. And also, we weren't smashing fucking... Wow, I've forgotten her name. Goddamn, Imoen. We weren't smashing Imoen in the fucking flashbacks to when we were kids. This is like... The 3 starters all feel like these are your childhood friend from your town. And when you first meet them at the beginning of the game, none of you are in a romantic relationship. Not a fan of the toes? As Lily said, if the Pokemon has certain design elements, then she felt like she had to include them. One of the things with Chikorita is that it doesn't really have feet. It just has these stubby little whatchamacalls. Hold on, where's my mouse? Oh, you can't even see my mouse. That's okay. Hold on. Chikorita has these like little stubby toes. So the monster girl also has these singular like foot toes. Imoen's voice got annoying after a while. I don't know. I thought the voice actor did. I thought the voice actress did fine. But no, I will say it will be pass for all 3 of the initial starter forms, and it's going to be smash for all their evolved forms. I think Tavati got tired of the insects jokes more than anything. And yet you continue to do them, Tenwin. So... But yes, pass on the basic Chikorita, but she is adorable, and I can absolutely see why people would smash her. She's fucking adorable. Look at her. Then we have Bayleaf, second form. I guess I should read parts of the little lore thing, because I guess I leave them up when I'm doing this. Also, this is something that Lily goes over a lot in a lot. Okay, now you can see my mouse. Why can you see my mouse now, but not a moment ago? What the fuck? Regardless, she talks a lot about silhouette and how silhouettes need to be recognizable in a lot of her art reviews. And I actually really like that she includes the silhouette before she shows the Pokemusu throughout this video, because it shows how much work she put into this, because it's funny. I know you think it's funny, Tenwin. Shut up. Smash 110%, because now it's a case of, oh, Chikorita was your childhood friend who was the local girl who looked after the shrine. And look at those goddamn thighs. Mother of God. This is like, in the RPG form, this is like several years later, you meet up with your friend again, and you have the sudden realization of, oh dear God, puberty hit her like a Mack truck, and it is for the benefit of everyone. Like, look at that. She's even wearing something tied around her thigh, for the love of God. The only thing that kind of looks off, I think, is the face, but I think she's trying to match the expression where Bayleaf kind of looks, I'm going to be honest, a little bit derpy. Just a tad derpy. Just a tad. Kind and brave, their scent can change the mood of others. They use this to cure anxiety and sorrow. So yeah, like, to get back to the video game idea that I had, which is like, if she's going to be like a childhood friend and each one of the starters would be like childhood friend or like the first companion you would have in the game or in the game world, hers would definitely be like, oh, you're making like the peaceful options and like the very stereotypically like lawful good options. You know, being the nice guy. She's the local priestess. She's the local person who helps with anxiety and sorrow, and she's the healer of the group. Of course, if you're like starting off by spending more time with her, you're going to be going down the quote unquote pure good path or something. Although I imagine in a game world like this, there wouldn't be like some subversion where you could play the evil character. It'd be much more obvious that you're trying to be the good guy. And then we have Meganium, which unfortunately, the only, I'll let the silhouette stay up for a second. My problem with Meganium is not anything Lily has done. My problem with Meganium is that I used to watch Team 4-Star and their Let's Plays, and they used to do their Nuzlocke challenges. So I cannot see Meganium without thinking about Mersteak, which was their Chikorita that they played. Yes, you know it, Ted. Mersteak, yes, Mr. Steak. God, I cannot take Meganium seriously because of that Let's Play. It's physically impossible for me to do so. They tried to kill him repeatedly. And failed, and he still ended up being their MVP by the end because he was unfucking killable. Even when they threw him against an ice type, he survived. That being said, when your childhood friend turns into that by the time she's older, mother of Christ, put a ring on it and never stop having kids with her, all right? I'm just gonna say it. She should never... I mean, it sounds worse. I've seen other VTubers do reaction to this. I have seen other VTubers do smasher passes of this. It's never as weird when it's a female VTuber doing it, but fuck it. I'm a VTuber. I'm a dude. I don't care. This woman, after you've saved the world, should be turned into a mother ASAP, and the two of you should spend the rest of your lives in perfectly wedded bliss as she quite literally produces God knows how many children. It's funny because now they steal from Pokemon and Digimon. Cute. You turn her into that because that is a MILF. Correct, Tedwin. Correct. Their scent can heal all afflictions and even dispel curses. Yeah, as I said, really fitting the healer vibe. If this is like childhood friend, first companion, very much the healer vibe. Even if you're in defeat, I'm not, so it's not my problem. Anxious and timid, they tend to worry all the time and they cannot control their fire that comes out of their backs when distressed. Now, a common thing that, as I said, Lily mentioned at the beginning is that if there's certain design elements from like the Pokemon's entry or their actual design, she does try to include that in the Pokemusu. So in this case, a lot of fire types tend not to have much in the way of cloth clothing because you can't really wear cloth clothing when you have fire coming out of your body. It tends not to work. So most of the fire ones, like lower power ones, will still have clothing, but you'll notice as she evolves, she's going to lose a lot of the cloth clothing and only have metal. Also, again, very childhood friend, village friend coded, where it's like she wants to be a warrior, but she doesn't quite have the temperament to be a warrior yet. And I could easily see like you having to help her in order to like push her towards evolving into her next form. And so I guess, again, I will say pass on Cyndaquil, although adorable, fucking cute as all hell. But when we get to Quilava, I mean, come on, she's staring at you over her shoulder with eyes that just scream, keep up with me. we are going to have very intimate relations after we finish beating the living shit out of whatever bandits or monsters are in our way. Those stompers might be a deal breaker for some people. Defmol, my usual standard when it comes to any kind of anime monster girl is if she doesn't at least have some actual monstrous traits, it's not a real monster girl. It's just an anime girl with, I don't know, animal parts attached. Like, don't get me wrong, I love a cat girl as much as the next guy, but there's something to be said for genuine monster girls. I mean, come on, I romanced Wenduog in Wrath of the Righteous, for God's sakes. Do you have any idea what I would do to that woman if I met her in real life? What I would let her do to me? And given the fact that I'm nowhere near the strength of my Knight Commander, I think we all know how well that would end. But regardless, the moment we get to Quilava, smash. Warriors that go around the land acting as mercenaries, their armor tends to be light and backless so they can use their volcanic fire spurts. As you can see, the cloth is disappearing, and there is only metal left in a lot of places. After all, you have no mandibles or the best insect there is, Toxographs. What? And then we have Typhlosion, legendary warriors that travel to protect the weak. Their bodies can explode to the flames of their command, which is why they barely wear any clothes. Smash, smash, smash all day long. Go out, fight the bandits, destroy that which threatens the land, defeat all before you, and then take this woman home, and the two of you will never stop. That is the worst justification for port. No. The worst justification, Tenwin, is not having a justification at all, which many a game and universe has done. Trying to at least include, like, hey, fire literally shoots off of her body at almost all times is at least a good explanation for the only thing she wears is armor. If I was going to be pedantic, I would at least say, I don't know, make her immune to asbestos and make the fire Pokemon wear asbestos clothing. I don't know. No justification means it's a cool factor. Trying to justify it makes it actually worse. I don't agree. This is just stupid. I don't care. This is my stream. I'm doing it anyway. Smash all day long. Again, absolute confirm. Totodile, which, funnily enough, was my starter when I played Gen 2. Their bite so powerful it can easily rend flesh and break trunks. They enjoy biting anything they can get their hands on. 10 is just cooking, this is just sexism. I just don't agree. Especially since this is a project done by Lilligoth, who is a female artist who has been doing this for years. I just don't agree. We've got Totodile here. Again, the basic form, I feel, just isn't quite smashable. I don't know. It just, again, it gives too much childhood friend vibes. It gives too much, like, village friend vibes. By contrast, though, if Cyndaquil is, like, the one who wants to be the town guard, and Chikorita is the one who wants to be, like, the town healer, Totodile is the town delinquent. Totodile is the town delinquent. Totodile does not give a shit. Totodile lounges about and does nothing and occasionally bullies you because she kind of likes you. This is such a heartful head empty. Oh, yes, absolutely. Cute sister thing. At first, yes, that is Totodile is kind of tied with Chikorita of, like, young sister best friend vibe. So yes, no smash, but still adorable. Also, blue skin and red hair seems to work really well. Oh, you know, I just said that and my brain was like, have I ever seen another character like that? Mystique. Mystique from fucking X-Men. Yeah, blue skin and red hair. It works. Oh, fucking... I wish I... You know what? I'm gonna remove that so it doesn't show up in the repeat of the VOD. I'll just keep an eye on the ads. And Crocnaw. Crush me. There's a giant spider on my desk lamp with a terrible shit-ass web. Don't kill the spider. The spider bro's just trying to help Defmole. He's just looking for bugs to eat. As long as it's not a poisonous one. Like, I mean, I like spiders as much as the next guy, which I realize most people don't, but still, they're usually not bad roommates, all things considered. Unless he starts, like, I don't know, lowering onto your head or something, then, you know, at that point, the truce has been, the truce is no longer there. You are free to destroy him. Mystique is a shapeshifter that has its own problem, especially if they're teased. Imagine going down on your girlfriend, she turns into a hag mid-action just to troll you. I mean, some people are into that, because they can also do the opposite. That's just a pro tag from Hedon. I don't know what Hedon is. Midna has the red hair and blue skin combo. I think it's is it? Well, I mean, okay, she does have like a mixture of skin colors, so I guess that does still work. Oh, right, but her humanoid form. Google Zanhedon. Well, I can't really do that right now because of the way I've got my recording set up right now, but I'll keep it in mind. But no, this is like, in all honesty, this is your hometown was destroyed by bandits and the rest of like your friends fled. But Croconaw, because she's the town delinquent, never left the ruins of the village and proceeded to stay around and beat the shit out of bandits until Totodile evolved into Croconaw, which is why she has almost no clothes and is just using a giant club to beat the crap out of things. She's a buff half demon, half orc. Oh, okay. Minda's more gray and black. I mean, gray on some character designs can come across as a blue depending on the shade they use, but yes. They live isolated in the wild. Yeah, like, you would lose contact with her and then find her years later as part of the game and realize that she's grown up into an absolute badass. Still head empty, but an absolute badass. Fur alligator. Giant and incredibly powerful. They are leaders of crocodile gangs, and despite their looks, they tend to relax in their swamps. Again, giant muscle mommy smash until the end of time. You save the world, and your reward is to go home with this thing and never stop having kids. 110%. Centrid! Look at this adorable fucking thing. Look at this. First of all, before we get to the Pokemusu, look at this fucking thing. It's fucking adorable. There is no other word for it. Centrid has no other word for it than adorable. Only 4 minutes has passed. It took 15 minutes to get here. I have already seen multiple people take multiple hours to respond to this video, Tenwin. I'm hoping not to take that long. I wouldn't kill the spider. I am disappointed its ability to spin webs. She'll catch nothing with that, and I want her to. Make sure she's not somehow fighting her way into anything that has caffeine. If I remember correctly, spiders don't do well if they get access to any kind of food that has caffeine in it. You have 4 hours left. I know. Thank you very much. Always nervous, they act as lookouts for the settlements and towns. They stand on their tail to get a better view. Fucking look at this. First of all, and I gotta say this because this is something I've seen in some VTuber designs. Monster women with giant tails. Monster women with giant tails. Monster women with giant tails. Because you know that ass and back are going to be fucking solid. Just, oh, good God. Just imagine that. I killed flies, but not in the way they immediately die, just so my spiders stay fed and healthy. See, that's how you treat a spider. That's how you treat a spider friend well. It's like that fucking short of the guy who caught a horsefly with his hands and took it to a nearby spider web and fed it to the spider. I have to act as a manager or mom. You're fine, Tenwin. Yes, thank you. But no, and also, this is a personal thing of mine. This is something I very much like on my Monster Girl Denies. She has the fur on the arms and the legs, like their thigh highs, and like, I don't know what the word is for the arm coverings that go up to like the mid-arm length. And for some reason, when it comes to Monster Girls, I fucking love that. I love that. Like, if you ever get the chance to look at some VTubers like Tricky Wee or Vienna who do some dragon style models, they often keep like the scaled legs or the draconic legs like up to the mid thighs. Oh God, that is absolute S tier. Absolute S tier. I know a certain dragon VTuber girl that faces it. Yes, Kataka, I am well aware of your Zentreya addiction. I'm not saying that you're wrong for doing so. Give me some more gamer subs. Monster girls are just furries in the closet. Don't care, Defmole. Do not care. This is my do not care face. I do not care. Would smash 110%. 110%. This one included. Smash, yes. She would be, and in a game world, like, it's kind of obvious they act as lookout for Settlement Town. She would be a scout character. She would, I don't even think she doesn't, the real problem is she doesn't have like main party energy. She would absolutely be like the NPC who helps you in the tutorial area. And then maybe you'd rescue her at the end of the tutorial to show that you're a badass. Something like that, but just kind of adorable. She'd be the first one to give you like a quest reward. Weebs are just furries with less hair. Furries are furry humans 99% of the time. Not wrong. Not wrong, Tenwin. I don't know. My time on the internet has blurred the lines between monster girl, furry, cat girl, all that stuff. I don't care. I want the character to be nice. I want the character to be attractive, both like body-wise and personality-wise. I just want the character to be nice. And some artists can do that. And Lily does monster girls and even furries very well, in my opinion. And other artists don't. And I don't watch those artists because it's the internet. Why would I spend time looking at art and shit that I don't like? But again, giant tail, that ass. Oh, God. Again, fucking S-tier goddamn adorable Pokemon design. And then we have this Furret, which I have to agree with what other people have said. See, I've seen other reactions to this. But there's still art on the web. Yes, there is. You just have to dig through the AI junk a little bit. She's fucking adorable. Look at this shit. Like, like Lilligoth went full out with just big anime eyes, cute soft face, and animal ears, big tail. She's doing the fucking little pose. They prefer to walk on all fours. They dig small tunnels that they use to move around quickly. How could you not love this? Even if this was like, okay, it's still like a normal type Pokemon. It's still a basic Pokemon from like the starting area. A bit too much as a hippie. Well, if I remember correctly, Lily said the vibe she was going for was someone who works underground. So like, if you've ever seen some pictures from Japanese like folklore and stuff, these like candle headdresses are actually used by people who work like underground or in mines and stuff like that. So, and then of course she's got like the tool belt with the little excavation. She's got the crystal down here. It's more that she's not wearing much clothing, I think, just because that's how Lily wanted to design her. But she's also spending a lot of her time like underground on all fours. Like she even has a wrap around her knee because she like scuffed her knee. Furret kind of looks like a slug cat. I mean, she's meant to be a ferret. That's why it's called a furret. And if you've seen a ferret, they're basically, you know, there's a reason they're called like a noodle. Like that's what their overall like body shape is. But she's fucking adorable. I would indeed smash. Like this has a different vibe than the cute vibe from the 3 starters where it felt more like friendly. This is more like, I'm going to be honest, this is more like the first girl that you get a crush on when you're younger and who maybe reciprocates it a few years later. Like it has that. And unlike Sentret, it does feel like she would be part of the party, but maybe not as a combat character. She would be like your resource gatherer. She would be like the one that you'd send out on missions to gather like rare magical resources by scouting it out and finding it. I've had ferrets crawling all over me. Yeah, I've seen video. Don't know why, but I thought ferret was a ground type. Then again, I could pay attention a bit after. Yeah, no, ferret is a normal type. It's a normal type. But no, she'd be adorable. She'd be like your mineral gatherer. She'd hunt down rare resources, and she'd just be cute and adorable and absolute smash. Absolute smash. 100%. Hoot Hoot. I fucking have a soft spot for Hoot Hoot. I think its design is great. And as for bird girls, yes. Your harpy girl should always have monster girl feet. For the love of God, I don't care. I know some people are going to say, oh, she's got like bird claws. I don't care. Have you seen my feet? Have you seen mine? Get over it. All right? Get over it. Fucking, if you're going to make a harpy girl, give her the fucking wings. Give her the fucking monster legs. Okay? They can always tell time with 100% accuracy. Astrologers, they use their skills to create perfectly accurate watches. 100% smash. Absolutely smash. And as for like Game World, again, another tutorial NPC. She'd be like the one to introduce your magic system or something like that. She has that vibe of like, I'm going to teach you how to use magic. And if you don't want to use magic, you could probably say something to her and it'll make her very upset that you don't want to learn magic because she really wants to teach you magic. Who had room just for their ferrets. They're very cute, but also stinky. Yeah, I've heard some things about the smells for ferrets, unfortunately. Off making something to eat. When I come back, I see this. Yes, Yusalis, we're doing a reaction to Lilligoth's 2nd-gen Pokemusu designs. Why not? Random Pokemon fact. They got their first bug dark type in the last gen. Wow, that feels like such a natural combo. Why did it take that long? Yeah, that is a bit weird, since dark usually covers... Well, no, I mean, dark... Yeah, I guess it might just be because I think in the original Japanese, doesn't dark translate more to like literally evil as its type or something like that? Maybe that's why. And Noctowl, right? Yes, Noctowl. Owl Pokemon able to move around the night without making a sound, often employed as assassins and spies. And as I said, Lily does a really good job with this one. I find them a bit boring because they still look like anime characters. The homogenized anime look is something I dislike a lot. Well, then you're probably not going to like Kinky Mation / Lilligoth's overall art style, but I personally like it. Wasn't Dark literally invented so there was a counter to Psychic? Pretty much, because in the base game, I don't think there was. There are 100 porn uses for that description. I mean, yes, but also, might be better if she went full monster with them. Some of them do go more monster. There are some. Wasn't that Ghost? Ghost was the only one. Yes, again, if you're doing a harpy girl, keep the monster feet, keep the wings. She looks more serious. I am imagining that those talons would absolutely tear a motherfucker to shreds. But yes, would smash. Absolutely. Game-wise, this is your first mini-boss. She's like one of the town guards, and she's training you to how to defend yourself. And then she's just like, okay, I'm going to go easy on you for the first 2 turns. And this is what happens if your life was actually at risk. And then she one-shots you and takes you out of the tutorial. And she's like, wow, you did a pretty good job. I almost killed you. Here's a healing potion. But yes, smash. Ladybug. Pretty sure that's Ladybug, right? Yes, Ladybug, the 5-star Pokemon. They can communicate non-verbally via sense and signals, and they form small farming communities. She's just adorable. She has multiple arms. She's a bug girl. I like the chitten on the bug girls. I will smash the bug girls. Kinky has mentioned multiple times in her streams that some people don't like the bug girls. Boy, I wonder if I like the bug girls or not. Listen, I'm remembering something wrong. Ghost types died to psychic like fly. I think it wasn't it like a double? It was like a reversal weakness or whatever. Psychic was weak to ghost, but ghost was also weak to psychic. Would help if Ladybug wasn't useless. Yeah, unfortunately. As I said, we're missing Gen 1's designs because the Caterpie and Weedle lines in Gen 1 are, 1, in my opinion, better bug designs, and 2, the Pokemusu she came up with the Weedle into Beedrill design. Oh God, I don't even have words for that. Would smash 120%. Take me into the forest, and I will never emerge again. I like when mangaka have their own style. Naoki Urasawa, for example. I mean, yeah, Lily's art is actually still pretty identifiable if you know what you're looking for, compared to just, as people say, generic anime. Ghost was intended to be counter to psychics, just that the ghost types that were added to the game happened to have secondary typing, causing them to be uber weak. That was it. But yeah, no, I would smash Ladybug. I have no problem with the chitness Ladybug girls. I have no problem with that. She gives the vibe of like one of your first quest givers for like a very basic side quest. Blessed by the Night, nocturnal warriors that protect the Ladybuzz town with unparalleled accuracy. Double-armed archer, which is still pretty cool. But again, if I remember correctly, the inspiration here was like Kamen Rider kind of style, because like the head on the standard Ladian is meant to be like a helmet from like a Sentai series. So it's okay. It's kind of a little generic Japanese, like light clothing. I do not know the terms for Japanese clothing. I remember when Lily was doing her own like art showcase of this, she could break down the individual design elements of like the clothing. I do not remember that. At all. So I'm just going to say Japanese clothing because I don't remember. But I like that. I like the double archery. Simply because if you're going to have 4 arms, it does kind of make sense. Although part of me does wonder if instead of like 2 short bows, one really big bow, like one really big war bow would make more sense. It's the more modern blend of anime and cartoon. I mean, you do have a lot of artists now who are inspired by the anime they watched when they were younger. I'm pretty sure Lily has said exactly that in regards to her style. But no, I like this. This again gives like early game quest giver. Or maybe like a partner to the Noctowl who helps defend the town or something like that. Another militia captain or something. Like low level, the kind of person that when your character is, you know, a young and impressionable anime/video game protagonist is like, wow, she's so strong. And then she, admittedly though, that also means in my head, like when the tragic event happens that separates you from your hometown, she dies. Like she does. She, like her or the Noctowl or somebody gets like, they're fighting off the bandits and they're doing really well. And then just some monstrous Pokemusu that is way higher power than them drops in out of nowhere and just tears her apart. And it's like the traumatizing event for you and your friends as the game starts. I'm curious what they did with Houndoom, pretty much my favorite. I know Houndoom is in here, so we will get to them. Ba-da-da-da-da. And we have Spinarak, smash. I don't care. Oh, threat level high. They lay traps using their webs to eat whoever is foolish enough to go into their forest. Their web can be used for medicine. Worth. I don't care. I will fix her the same way I fixed Wenduog. I will make her better. I will help her. And then I will show her that if you, in a world of violence and a dark world in which you have many enemies, there are very legitimate ways of killing and eating something that will help the surrounding environment. I will feed bandits to her to make her better. I do not care. Absolute smash. Spiders eat dragonflies. Don't care. Worth it. I will fix her, Tenwin. Especially because I know what the next what her evolution looks like. And spoiler alert, smash. She would eat you alive. No. Nah, I'd win. Ariados. Once a Spinnerack tastes the blood of 100 souls, she morphs into a vile Ariados. They only want to devour more victims and will use their own food to lure others into their lair. Don't care. I can make her better. Look at this. Look at this fucking design. It's fucking Ragnaria from Monster Musume, but Pokemon-ized. Like, I will make her better. I will make her better, chat. You don't understand. I need this. I need this in my life, even if it means the end of my life. I don't care. Smash. I will show her how to get food without hurting innocent civilians. I will show her I will use her in our combat strategy to terrify the enemy at the realization that she will quite literally eat them if they do not surrender. I have no problem with using that tactic in my games. I have no problem with that. It's literally based on an evil as fuck spirit from Buddhist mythology. Don't care, Yusalis. There are some you cannot fix. I refuse to believe that. Well, okay, no, Camellia exists, so okay, that does exist, but I don't believe it includes Ariados. Why are the Chelicerae so far down? I don't know. This is Camellia levels of evil. Now, I can fix her. I swear, I can fix her. I believe it. Also, long leg Pokemusu. Yeah, you know what you can do with those legs. Crobat. A Golbat that manages to find a lord they respect will transform into a Crobat after swearing an oath of loyalty. They will forever serve and uphold their lord's ideas. Kind of the same vibe as like the Harpy girls with Noctowl and Hoothoot. If you're going to do like a flying monster girl, I actually do like the arm wings for the most part. The problem is the way the secondary set of wings work, because if I remember correctly, I don't remember if these tufts are they're technically supposed to be like tails, which is why she has one over here. But like, I have to admit, I have to agree with everyone else that I've seen react to this, that it just doesn't quite look like. I know she wanted to keep the Pokemon's like overall silhouette, which means that these lower wings had to be attached to the legs. I get that, but it's still so weird. And I can't really blame Lily, because as she said from the beginning, she wants to keep the overall silhouette and vibe of the Pokemon present in the Pokemusu. But I'm going to have to say that this is a failure on Game Freak's part, because Crobat just has some design fucking problems. I like that she kept the stupid back wings. Yes, exactly. Like, I am proud to say that she made it work as best she could, but that does not help that Crobat is just kind of derpy looking. The Crobat just is. Technically, they're not attached to the legs at the Pokemon. Yes, but even so, you get my point. You get my point. Like, Lily did her best here, I think. Lily did her best. And she also used that stupid Naruto. So funny thing, I learned this recently. You've seen this kind of stuff in Naruto where the ninjas will wear like what look to be fishnets. And it's like, oh, so it's just like it's meant to be like seductive, attractive, because it's almost always only seen on the female ninjas. Turns out, yeah, it's chainmail. It's supposed to be fucking chainmail. Someone call up the author for or the artist for Naruto. I need to have a discussion with him about what fucking chainmail looks like and what universe he is from that this is supposed to be chainmail. I'm sorry, but no. I need more gamer subs. God damn. No, like, I would still smash the Crobat. Not my favorite design. This is like one night stand Crobat. Like, this is like have a fun time, but go your separate ways afterwards. In game, not sure how she would be, but the whole, finding a lord they respect and will transform. This could easily be a case of like an early game villain has the loyalty of the Crobat because the Crobat doesn't realize how bad their boss is or something like that. But that would also be kind of sad because you'd probably end up still having to kill her. So the artist author for Naruto needs to call hold for a lot of reasons, especially the female characters, which are just really creepy. I mean, I don't watch. This is the funny thing, Tenwen. The entire Naruto craze passed me by completely. I saw like people were getting obsessed about Naruto back when I was younger, and it just passed me by because I didn't watch it. I just straight up didn't, and I didn't care. By the time I was like, maybe I should look into this, they were like 3/4 of the way through Shippuden. And I was just like, I have no idea what's going on, and I do not have the time for this. Never gave a shit about Naruto or One Piece either. I can at least understand One Piece because of how like significant it is from a sheer like cultural standpoint for anime, even if I don't watch it. Whereas Naruto, no. Dragon Ball Z bored me too. I am fine with Dragon Ball Z up until the Cell Saga. After that, you lose me. You do. Like, that's just my biases. I don't mind the occasional clip. I don't mind the jokes, obviously. I've watched all of Team 4-Star, but even before Dragon Ball Z Abridged, I couldn't go past the Cell Saga. That's just me. I like the old Dragon Ball. Old Dragon Ball's good too. Old Dragon Ball's good too. But yeah, this would be like Smash, but you know, it's meh Smash, not enthusiastic Smash. Chin Chow. Their antenna generates strong light. They serve as natural lighthouses, and sometimes they work with sailors to send signals. They can walk on land. Look at her. She's fucking cute. Look at the fucking haircut. She looks adorable. Also, I'm glad that she kept the eye design. I am really glad that she kept that. I don't quite understand where the antenna are attached to. Are they attached to like the small of her back, to like the shoulder blades? I also don't like, I can see that she could walk on land, but I also feel like she would need some assistance. Like, she doesn't even have proper hands if she falls. It's just that in the Boruto, all the adult women are flat, boring, tedious. Yeah, see, okay. Especially with how everyone was going on and on about Boruto, I have no idea what's going on in Boruto. The only thing I know is that it follows Naruto's kid. That's it. And quite frankly, with the amount of people I've seen screaming at each other online over it, I don't want to know anymore. For some reason, every female character younger than 18 is highly sexualized. Oh, dear. Pattern is way too suspicious to not be concerning. I mean, I don't know. It's anime. It can be. Also, do remember Japan has a different view on legal age of consent. Literally 10 minutes shouting one punch, 10 minutes of ads, then shouting at a bunch of punches again. Dragon Ball Z is not that bad most of the time. Sometimes it is. Don't get me. You're not wrong, Def Mole. That stereotype exists for a reason. I just like the stuff where it's not that. If every female character was sexy, it'd be fine. It's just the pattern that is weird. Fair. Moving on. But yes, I would smash the Chin Chow. I would take her on a nice date on like a waterfront or something. She looks very cute. Lantern, mischievous and jovial. They love to play boats in the sea. In their excitement, they tend to damage or destroy them, leading to a lot of men to their dooms. Yes, another Pokemusu where it's like cute face, like adorable face, head is totally empty. There is not a thought going on between those eyes. There is not a thought. She sees a boat, she swims around the boat, she accidentally causes the boat to crash, and only then does she realize that she caused a problem. She's going to do it again next week. Dragon Ball is so much filler. Still watch it to be able to talk about it. School, peer pressure. I can understand that. Yeah, no, there's not a thought. It's the least threatening anglerfish ever. I mean, from the description, it is not threatening, but there's a reason its threat level is at medium. It does it by pure accident, which is hilarious and depressing. What was it Mr. Popo called that? That's hilarious and depressing. I call it deprarious. That's it. Deprarious. You know what she looks like? The mom from the Steven Universe show. Again, Def Mole, another animated. By the time I realized Steven Universe was a thing, everyone online was tearing each other apart over it. So I said, fuck that. I don't have the time for that shit. She does not. Yeah, no, again, you're talking about stuff I don't know. So I'm not even going to consider it. Regardless, would smash, would also try to give safety lessons so that she stops causing problems. This gives a huge vibe of someone sends you to deal with her because they think she's genuinely malicious. And then you find out, oh, no, she's actually really nice. And she just does not understand what she's doing. Educate the lantern. Get her to stop doing stupid shit. There's no guarantee of success. This would be like this would be like one of those skill checks in an RPG that is ridiculously high for no reason. You would have to have like a combination of very high intellect, very high speech, like a whole bunch of other stuff in order to get through to this lantern that what she's doing is causing problems because she does not understand. Or, and I'll take some inspiration from Fallout here, or your character has to be just as dumb, like low intelligence score, and then suddenly they're able to communicate the concept to them very easily. It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't have brick level intelligence, you cannot communicate to her effectively. That makes sense. That's why you understand. Because there's characters in Fallout where Fallout 1 and 2 has an entire system if you play a 3 intellect or below character. And most of it is just your character talking like a caveman. But there are some when you interact with other low intellect characters where you can get way more information out of them than anyone else can because you actually understand one another. I wouldn't call it an entire system, but yeah, it's part of the skill and attribute system. The fact that they made it at all is kind of a big deal. But yes, I would smash the lantern and also give her a safety brief on what the hell she's doing. It's the failsafe, that too. Pichu! Now, Lily has mentioned on multiple occasions that despite the game calling them baby Pokemon, she does not treat them as baby Pokemon. They are fully legal adults. They just look younger than their evolved counterparts. That being said, Pichu is still, I don't know, she's adorable, but she still doesn't, she doesn't do it for me. And again, Lily, I understand that you have made the argument, but at the same time, I grew up hearing nothing about how, but Pichu is a baby Pokemon. Pichu is a baby Pokemon, baby Pokemon, baby Pokemon. That cultural programming means I have to pass. Would take her on a nice lunch date. Would then tell her to come back once she's evolved into a Pikachu. Very simple. All the Pichus are 700 years old. A little uncanny valley. That does show up a couple of times, yes, Alice, but I'm fine with that. If you're going to have monster girls, a little uncanny valley is not the worst. It comes out of the fucking egg. As I said, Lily has specified multiple times that that's not the case, but unfortunately, yeah, no. The face is a little bit creepy. I'm not seeing that. Sister vibe, a little bit. It's not pedo bait, actually. Okay, come on, man. No, it's not. Okay, we're not doing that to Lily Goth, all right? It's not. The original form of Pikachu, they can't control their magical abilities and will release electricity, damaging all around them. Their fervent desire to master their abilities leads them to evolve. Ba-da-da-da-da. And we have the same thing here with I don't remember which one. Cleffa, that's it. Star-shaped Pokemon. Most common and lowest rank of the Clefairy aliens. They clean up for their superiors and make sure they can properly study the life forms. It's really sad because we had to have the same problem here where it's like the cultural programming of it is the baby version of Clefairy is too strong, so I have to pass. Adorable, though. Wood head pat. Like, look at this fucking design. Wood head pat. Absolutely adorable. I'll wait for Clefairy, though. The music, so much nostalgia. Indeed, indeed. And it is a shame, I know, because if I remember correctly from watching Lily's video on this, she adores the Clefairy line, like in its entirety. So I'm sorry, Lily, if you ever see this, I don't know if you ever will. You said you're okay with people reacting and for people to send it to you. But I also don't have editing skills, so it would be the raw footage of my VOD, and that would be way too fucking long for you to react to. But regardless, the cultural programming of baby Pokemon is too strong. That said, I have seen the Clefairy and Clefable designs from Gen 1, and I cannot wait to see how you redesign them, and those would 100% be Smash. 110%. Give me the MILF alien. Give me the MILF alien. I will take it. And we have 3 for 3 on the baby Pokemon. Yes, I know. They crave love and attention more than anything, and they will get upset and jealous if ignored. They sing to catch people's eyes, but they can't do it great yet. Yes, no, I always get them confused between Tsundere and Yandere, but one of those. No, Yandere is the crazy one. Tsundere is the one that's bratty. That is a 12-year-old. No, 10 win. Not like that. Not like that. But no, this would still be a pass. Although I have heard Lily repeatedly say, I don't know why people pass on this. She has fat bags. It's like, yes, Lily, we know. You gave the Pokemon large tits, but this is multiple decades of cultural programming on this. I will pass and wait for the Jigglypuff. All right? All right, we're good. Give her head pats. Give her many, many adorable head pats. Moving on. Togepi. This is the same problem. They keep parts of their eggshells as shields even as adults. They impart the emotion of everyone around them, spreading happiness to whoever is close to them. And that is just, again, I will give her head pats. I will also give her very strange head pats because the fact that Lily managed to keep the head design is actually really cool. Like, that's genuinely really cool that she managed to keep the head design, and it still works on an otherwise, like, human body. Some of my pals, little Super Saiyans shooting massive energy balls and lasers. Oh, seems very relevant. I'm pretty sure Lily also did a Pal World design. I would give her a coat first. Yeah, can we give her a coat? Like, you don't have to give her a coat in the design, but can we give her a coat? Because it seems like she needs it. It seems like they need this. This is the very first baby Pokemon. Yes, I know. It's funny how one word can change your perception. Well, it's not just one word, Death Mole. It's the fact that that was the designation for them for, well, forever. Head pats and some clothes, yes. Now, Togetic, on the other hand. Oh, dear God, yes. Togetic is the result of a Togepi that finds true love. They will devote themselves to the well-being of their loved one until their dying breath, and then they will spread joy to the world. This would be like you fall in love with an elf, basically. And once you die of your natural health span, she goes out and makes the world a better place in honor of the two of yours relationship, which would be amazing. It's almost a shame they never committed the whole baby thing and ripped off Digimon a bit more. Yeah, having more like pre-evolution versions of Pokemon would be kind of interesting. Also, imagine the marketing like plushie opportunities. Because hasn't Digimon done exactly that? A lot of the baby forms are very plushable. She sounds clingy. No, I see it more as devotion, Tenwin, especially in the concept of like, again, from world building from like an RPG design standpoint, this is the case of like, you help with the Togepi, it becomes a Togetic, the two of you fall, it's like literal true love. You get the fairy tale ending, and then like to do like a Rogue Trader style ending screen, when you finally pass away at the age of like 80 or 90, she goes off into the world to spread like the joy of your two's relationship by being nice and helping other people. Nice legs. Oh yeah. Just look at that fucking thigh. Just look at that. You can tell Lily had a lot of fun with the various. Oh dear, I nearly burped there. You can tell Lily had a lot of fun with the various lower portions of like the kimonos and the robes, because good Lord, the amount of different ways she has found to show off a Pokemusu's thighs. Good God, they're good. Also, I do love the red, like using the red design, which is not really present anywhere in Togetic's design, except for the skin markings, is really, really good and turns what, again, I am not an art critic by any more, like any description, but the fact that you have what is otherwise largely a mono color scheme, like it's white and gray, basically, but the red makes everything pop and it draws your attention to her face. It draws your attention like down to her arms. And finally, the tassels draw your eyes down her legs, which end in the gold adornments on her feet. Like, it's really well done. And you leave a few more Togepis behind. Correct. Absolutely. Smash. Not Zatu, right? Yeah, no, Natu. That's the lit. They have the ability to take a glimpse of the future, but this ability requires a lot of focus, so they live in isolated villages to concentrate better. Again, another Harpy girl. I love that she kept the bird legs. I love that she kept the wings. I love that she fucking worked the winged patterns into the design, because that just looks amazing. The green and purple is a weird combination, though. I know she gave some lore behind why it's purple, but I would smash if she was down for it, which I got to admit, her facial appearance says she's not really down for anything right now. Not really down for anything right now, but I would smash. And then we have the bigger version, Zatu. Right? Zatu? God, it's been too long since I played Pokemon. Their future sight is more powerful. They remain silent most of their lives to avoid mentioning details of the future to others. They remain still when scrying. Still would smash. Also, the eyes on the chest kept from the original design. So if she tells you my eyes are down here, she means it. But no, I love it. She kept it is weird that Zatu has like the singular like talon rather than a proper like bird feet. But she managed to make it work, and honestly, as I said, keep the monstrous designs. I love the monstrous designs. The headdress is very, very cute. The headdress looks good. The red makes it, like the red pops against the green, which I know is basic color coordination. Slightly culturally iffy Pokemon Ahoy. You mean this one, or you mean another one? I don't know. And Mareep, the sheep Pokemon. The largest wool suppliers in the Johto area. Mareep can grow a full coat within a week. Their wool retains the electrical magic and will discharge if not handled with care. The one before that. Okay, I don't know anything about that, but all right. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I will beep, beep the fucking sheep, Tenwin. Look at this. Yes. That is just a smash. And as for like video game, this would absolutely, given that I know where the evolutionary line goes with this, she would absolutely be like the early game party member that like fills in for electrical magic. And at first she's weak as hell. And then she starts getting stronger. Because next up we have Flaffy, right? No, Flaffy. They lose some of their coat, but the remaining bits will be of exceptional quality. The clothes they make are worn by royals and nobles. And dear God, look at the size of those. Absolute smash. 100%. 100%. And I think I would have to learn how to help her manage her remaining coat because that looks like it would be a nightmare to wake up to. Like, imagine trying to deal with all of that in the shower. But I kind of wanted to zip through it because, like, again, she gives the vibe of, like, she would start out as the weak party member, but then she evolves into Flaffy and she gets powerful. And then she would evolve into Ampharos. And at this stage, they lose their wool permanently, but the final batch is so powerful, the clothes have magical attributes. Boom, bada fucking boom. We've got the legs. We've got the fucking cute face. We've got the design. She would read as like, smash. Yeah, you think they shower? Everyone showers, Deathmole. Thank you very much. Or washes at the very least. Thank you. Double smash. Yes. No, Ampharos, like, and in the video game, as I said, it would be like she would get to Ampharos stage and it would be like you would have a choice. You would have a choice to be like she can take her last batch of wool and sell it, and she would like retire from your party and you will have like helped her become like an Ampharos. She'll have achieved that. Or if you're going down like a romance route with her, she would instead don the clothes that she made from her own fur and become like a master lightning wizard. And she would stay in your party and just basically be one of your most powerful party members. It would be something like that. That would be so cool. Monsters don't shower. I don't know what you're talking about, Deathmole. These people are monster girls. They do. But no, this would be, yeah, no, 100% smash, 100% smash. Threat level medium because of the sheer amount of electrical energy they channel, most likely. Be careful when giving them a hug. Blossom. The flower Pokemusu. When a gloom gets treated with love and care, they instead become a blossom. They lose the foul odor but retain their healing abilities, and their leaves are medicinal. Yep, smash. Yep, smash. Do you think the flowers, like, spin if she gets happy? Like, they look like they would spin. They look like you would give her a kiss on the cheek, and she'd be like, oh, thank you, and she's, like, trying to be normal, but the flowers are, like, spinning, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no, she was fine with that. Now, this one would be smelly, Deathmole, but it would smell like flowers, so we're fine with that. Aren't those the rotting flowers? Well, that's the whole point, though, that when it's a gloom, it's a rotting flower. When it's a blossom, it's the regular flowers. See, they lose the foul odor, but retain the healing abilities. Also, I've got to admit, she doesn't really have feet or legs. She has, like, these plant tentacles. Yeah, I would be interested to see what's under that skirt. I wouldn't mind that. And she also just, again, and this is also just a case of she just looks cute. I do love that a lot of Lily's designs at the end of the day, they just look cute. Even if you were someone who just wasn't interested in Smash or Pass, a lot of her Monster Girl designs just genuinely look very cute and very adorable. I love it. Meryl, fucking Pokeblue or Peekablue, whatever they called it back in the day. Prolific divers that search the rivers and ocean floors for treasure. They also clean debris and recover lost items from sunken ships. 100% smash. Look at those. Goddamn. Yeah, no, like the combination. Cute, adorable face, buck teeth, large fucking animal girl ears, adorable tail. The bahonky on that woman. Good God. Not just boob, like, don't get me wrong. I am a boob man, Rogue. I am a boob man 110%. But even I can appreciate that. Even I can appreciate that. And also, again, keeping the monster legs as, like, thigh highs and, like, on her arms. That's just, mwah, chef's kiss. Mwah, chef's kiss. Perfect. Perfection. Would smash. Another one that feels like she would be in your early game party and be fairly weak, but if you keep working at it, she becomes incredibly powerful. Azumarill. And of course, if you do smash the Meryl, and the Meryl becomes a MILF, well, Azumarill roams the seas in search of people in distress. They save people from drowning and rescue lost sailors. They lead groups of Meryl to rescue others. Dear God, yes. You would not be able to get me away from this woman. Also, bunny ears on the monster girl on top of that. This is like, you can't even tell me that this Azumarill hasn't already had kids with the main character. Why does this one look younger than his previous? I do not feel that way at all, Def Mole. The Meryl looks far younger. The Meryl looks far younger. Like, look at the face. The Meryl looks younger than the Azumarill. I don't know what you're smoking, man. Milfrill? Other than the hips? No. Like that's the thing. Like, yeah, the hips. Good God. Like, you cannot even tell me. It would have to be something. I feel like it would need to be included in the character description. Like, a Meryl cannot become an Azumarill until she's had like 3 kids. Like, dear God, this is MILF coded to the extreme. Pseudo Woodo. Oh, this poor bastard. They pretend to be trees in the forest and remain still for hours at a time. They are deathly afraid of water. I almost feel sorry. Look at her. Look at her. Like, look at those eyes. That is a combination of friend and no thought. No thought. She just wants to be your friend, and she doesn't know how. She doesn't know how to be your friend, so she stands there as a tree, hoping that you will notice her and not realizing that her strategy is to stand there looking like a tree. She is rank? What? No. She's a rock. She can't smell like anything. What are you all talking about? Like, I don't know why. It's like, I would smash, but I'd have to figure out, like, she feels like you couldn't just take her on a date. She would like have a freak out and run away. I forgot it's a rock and not a tree. Yeah, she's a rock. She's rock type. Like, I don't know what you would even do in this case, but like, I would smash. She's adorable. Look at her. Like, look at her. She looks like she's trying so hard. She's failing miserably, but she's trying so hard. You just have to be very careful because, as it says, they're deathly afraid of water. If they get any water on them, they attack. Like, she can't shower. We'll find something. We'll find something, Tenwin. Also, she's a rock. How bad could a rock smell? Come on, man. I would smash, but we'd have to figure something out because, like, she's just so cute. She absolutely would be in a game world of this. She would be the secret character. She would totally be the secret character. She would be placed somewhere where you would never know where she was unless you followed a convoluted set of events to find and recruit her, because otherwise she just does not exist in the game. She is the secret character. Does not exist. Has to be found. Like, has to follow like a 30-step puzzle in order to find and get her into your party. Polytoad. When a Poliwhirl finds the powerful King's Rock, the energy contained within transforms them into a Polytoad. They act as leaders of their societies, and their song captivates hearts. Yes. I mean, you can... Okay, first of all, you can already see... What is it? Sue from My Hero Academia influence in here. I can see it in the face. I can see it in the way like her lips and everything are. But also Frog Woman. I'm fine with Frog Woman. I don't have a problem with Frog Woman. I don't understand why some people... I've seen some people respond to this and not be as interested. But no, I'm fine with it. We've got the thick thighs. We've got the wide hips. We've got just everything. She looks regal. She looks good. She looks like she's independently wealthy. So, you know, you got that going for you as well. And she leads an entire community of Polytoad. So why not? Isn't slime, it's mucus? No. Why is it called Polytoad when there's only 3 of them? Okay, I get that. I get that. Polytoad. I do wish she'd been able to... Well, I guess you do have the spirals on, like, the clothing. Because you are missing, like, obviously she has to cover up the center torso here, so you can't get, like, a big design there on the front of the chest. But still... Okay, yeah, no, the more I look at it, the more I see the design, and I'm an idiot. I'm the one who's not looking properly. Hoppip! Look at this. Okay, first of all, again, this is another one where it's like, look at fucking Hoppip's design. This is one of the most just like, if Hoppip actually existed, if you were in the Pokemon world, there would be people who collected Hoppip purely because it's adorable. Purely. Remember how frustrated I got as a wee lad because I couldn't get that stupid ass Pokemon? Oh, don't even get me started on that. The fact that it took me as long as it did to get Scyther is embarrassment for me. They're lightweight with strong winds will carry them with ease. They welcome this and they let themselves be carried with glee. You could literally buy a couple of fans in your house, and she would just be floating around your house the entire time. Admittedly, you'd probably have to still take her outside because she'd still probably want to go outside being a plant Pokemon and all that. Also, you'd basically have to put a leash on her. Otherwise, the wind would just carry her away and you'd never see her again. Note the lack of underwear and the usage of a skirt. She knows what she's about. She knows what she's about. She knows she's giving everyone a show. Also, I love that these do look like cat ears, so she also becomes very head pattable. But would smash. Definitely need to get, like, put a rope on her or something, otherwise she's gonna fly away. Skiploom. After getting slightly heavier, they can control where they go while they ride the winds. They love to fly at high altitudes to absorb as much sunlight as possible. Well, at least now she's not gonna fly away forever. She can at least come back. But yes, would smash. Yes, would smash. I actually really adore that Lily was able to keep the large ears. I feel like it's kind of like if you've ever seen like some anime girls where they do like the dog ear design. I feel like that would be a spot where you'd like scratch her behind the ears and she would actually really enjoy it. They look like baby Digimon. Gen 2 was weird. Gen 2 was weird, but Gen 2 was also where they had some of the more original designs before we started doing things like a set of keys and a sandcastle and a garbage bag. That's just me. But yes, would smash. And Jumpluff, right? It's been a while since I played Gen 2. Yeah, Jumpluff. Big masses of cotton seeds appear on their head and hands, and they fly, spreading them. These seeds have magical traits. Once the seeds run out, Jumpluff loses its powers forever. Which makes me feel incredibly sad. But I suppose, if I remember correctly, Lily did say, in the original Pokedex, when they lose all their seeds, they die. So, yeah, no, we're not doing that. She would be like the early game... Actually, no, I know exactly what she would be. She would be your early game. Oh, she's already at max evolution, so she's really useful in combat. But once her seeds run out, she becomes useless in combat. And you have to basically stop using her as a frontline character. So she's your early game oh shit button. But after a while, she both gets out-leveled by everybody, and she no longer has the ability to keep up with them because her usage of her magic or her abilities is very limited. Something like that. Would smash, though. Would smash. God, Lily and those thick fucking thighs. Good God. Drown me, please. I beg of you. Prefer the designs of the older gen. There's a lot of crap in there. The Pokeball Orb ones. Oh, yeah, Voltorb, Grimer, and the other guy, I don't know. Yeah, Grimer and Muck. At the same time, though, when it comes to first gen, it was easier to get away with that because they were the only ones like that. And also, having a Pokemon that disguises itself as a Pokeball, that actually does make some sense. Their tails are capable of grabbing objects, and they can carry more of their own body weight. Their nature is rambunctious, so they tend to be troublemakers and thieves. Brat correction time. Would smash. Would also, this would be your starting rogue of the party, let's be honest with you. This would be your starting rogue. You would run into an APOM character very early in the game. She would be your starting rogue. She would also probably bail on you, like, at some point in the story and disappear for, like, 10% of the game. Hey, Mixa, welcome. Starting thief or starting monk. Yeah, it would be like a starting thief, Tenwin, with the ability to go into like monk skills later in the game. I just thought they designed the Pokeball because of the Pokemon. I don't know, because there's like a history of how the Pokeball works in universe, but I do not recall it off the top of my head. But yes, would smash, very adorable. And again, keeping the thigh-high monster legs, keeping all of that design. Also, come on. You know you want to find out what she can do with that prehensile tail. Come on, who wouldn't? Sunkern, right? Sunkern. Yeah, Sunkern. They are considered the weakest of the Pokemusu. They hide in forests using their colors and biology to camouflage. Adorable and smashable. Would do both. Would head pat and smash. I mean, look at her. She looks so cute. She looks adorable. She would be the kind of thing that has no combat utility whatsoever in the video game thing. She would be the cheerleader of the party. She would literally exist just to cheer on the rest of the party. I don't remember your name. Sunflora. During the day, they act erratic and do all sorts of activities, but once the sun sets, they freeze in place until morning. And I do like that Lily kept the... If you've read the Pokedex entry, Sunflora literally is a flower that grew a face. So how did Lily draw her as a monster girl? A flower that has a human face. And everything else is plant. All of it. The hands are plant. The body is plant. The booba is plant. The thighs are plant. The feet are plant. Everything is plant. Where are her giant knockers? Conker did it better. Conker also was a fucking parody Death Mole, but I do believe Lily said that that was a character that directly inspired this. I think all you can do there is to insert. Fine, works for me. Works for me. But yes, I would do the Sunflora, but I would also not do it at night. It would be very weird to do it at night, given that they freeze in place and stop moving. Oh, would you look at that? A dragonfly. Yanma, clear wing Pokemon. They move incredibly fast. Their wings can produce powerful sonic waves, extremely aggressive. Would smash. Would get into a battle to the death multiple times, defeating her in multiple battles across the game before finally convincing her to join the party because she's come to the conclusion that she can't beat us. Would absolutely smash. Also, Dragonfly. Why wouldn't I? I do like my bugs, and I do like my bug girls. Absolutely. The battles are the sex. For her at first, yes, I could easily see that. She doesn't want actual sex. She wants fight. Fight feels as good as sex to her. It's only later that you actually get into her pants. Well, into whatever the fuck is over here, because she don't wear pants. But yes, would smash. I am not afraid of the bug girls. I have seen other people respond to this video that have been skeptical. Would not be afraid of the bug girls. Would do. Would. Placement of the wings is a bit awkward, but the design is one of the best. Yep, full on Dragonfly Centaur. Like, well, and to be fair, the wings do kind of make some sense. And also, as with any kind of monster girl design where it's kind of centaurite, where the rest of the humanoid torso is up from the rest of the body, you know those core muscles. Oh, you know those core muscles are solid. You could fucking grate cheese on them. You could fucking tenderize meat on her abs. They would be solid, unmovable. You can smash, but she'll try to kill you at the same time because if you can't handle her during combat, she doesn't respect you. That works too. Don't care, Tenwin. Would do. I have no problems with the Chitmas bug girls. Wooper! Oh, first of all, Wooper, one of my favorite fucking Pokemon from Gen 2 because just from the memes, just from the look. Look at this fucking thing. It has no business being as cute as it fucking is. And the Pokemusu has no business being as hot as this is. They pass most of their time submerged and relaxing. Their arms are still in development that possesses only part of their structure. Yes, and Lily has clarified, this does not have arms. She does not have arms yet. Because Wooper does not have arms, the Pokemusu does not have arms. You can see the arms are starting to form and emerge from her body, but she does not have arms. This is a baby Pokemon? No, it isn't. It's never been described as a baby Pokemon, so I do not consider it as such. The no arms thing is not hot. I don't agree. It's like built-in bondage. If she's into it and she consents, I got no problem with it. Wooper's fucking adorable. And again, head pattable. 100% head pattable and would still smash. She would be your escort quest. You would have to be completely fucking devoted to doing like an escort quest to keep her alive. It's right there in the text. She's not fully developed. She's not fully developed in her evolution. But many Pokemon aren't. That's not the same as a baby Pokemon, Death Mole. Woopers that are really active will eventually evolve into Quagsire. They pass the time relaxing in ponds and rivers. They are very friendly. Yes, smash. Again, not a thought in those eyes. Not a fucking thought in those eyes, but good God, is she thick. That is absolute. Absolute. You would complete the quest to escort the Wooper, and then you'd get this in your party, and you could start romancing her. You're one of those people that thinks Arcanine is not a legendary Pokemon. What? What does that have to do with anything, man? No, Arcanine is a legendary Pokemon. The fuck you talking about? It's a legendary dog. Moving on. Oh, no. So, funny story before we get to Espeon and Umbreon. Lily had a fucking crash out when she was doing some Pokemon response to, I think she was doing a collab with Porcelain Maid at the time, Joel. Apparently all of the evolutions are incredibly popular with people for Smasher passes. Dear God, she lost her mind when she realized that they were all like in the top 10. All of them, every single one. Wielders of light magic, the gems on their forehead can store sunlight and shine more when they get more power. They evolve when exposed to sunlight and love. Would smash. Regal Cat Girl. Regal Cat Fox Girl. I don't even know what an Eevee is. The Vapor. Yes, we've all seen the meme. We've all seen the meme. People love their pets. I mean, that's one way to put it, I guess. That's a horrible way to put it, Death Mole, but yes. But no, would absolutely do. She's regal. She's impressive. She definitely feels like she would be a quest giver in the game. She would be someone you'd come back to and get quests from repeatedly. Eevee is technically a fox, so the evolution should be foxes too. Okay, fine. Fox girls. I'm fine with fox girls too. Graceful and sexy. Yep. You would get a lot of like exploration and like messenger quests from her. She would send you out to like contact people and like pull together a coalition to help save the world kind of thing. By contrast, Umbreon, on the other hand, this bitch is gonna be handing you out assassination contracts. Go here, beat the shit out of this guy. Wielders of dark magic, they grow stronger at night. They evolve due to exposure to emotional distress. They use their powers to assassinate and judge anyone they deem corrupt. Bounty hunter quest giver. She would be sending you to the ends of the earth to beat the ever-living shit out of the hardest of targets. And only by doing so would you earn her respect. Would 110%. Almost wife territory. So smash or pass. I know some people throw wife in as a category, but I'm a purist. If you've seen my Pillars of Eternity character tier list, I would I treat S tier as inviolate. You are allowed one S tier. In a smash or pass, I consider wife to be the S tier. This is borderline to that. This is like the guardian of the S tier wife. She is that close to being it. We've got fucking perfect look. We've got the goth girl aesthetic. We've got the little bit of eyeshadow. We've got the dangerous looking eyes. We've got I don't even know what this fucking hat is, but I love it. And I know nothing about what it is or what it's related to in Japanese folklore, because I know it's probably drawing from something. It looks amazing. She has one of the best designs as far as the clothing pulled over her top. It matches the fur color. It matches the pattern design. She's got the natural thigh highs from the Monster Girl. She's got the sheer see-through torso clothing. Oh my God. Isn't that the girl from Kim Possible? It does give a bit of Shigo vibes. It does give a little bit of Shigo vibes. It also gives a little bit of Raven from Teen Titans vibes as well. You know what they say? Foxes run on canine hardware and feline software, so both are true there. Yep. She has a sex scene post the final bounty. It's purely respect-based. No real love. She just sees you being good at your job. No, I could still see the love because like the whole thing is they evolve due to exposure to emotional distress. So she's very cold, very distant. You have to do well at your job even to get her to open up. And it's only in the final bounty where like she would join your party as a temporary party member and you would finally see her in action. And you have to beat the boss in a specific way. If you beat the boss normally, then she's still cold, but she respects you. But if you beat the boss a certain way, maybe she gets revenge on someone who caused her the distress. Maybe you help her get like final closure on something. Then she opens up to you and it's the final step of like an actual relationship and she can go up to like wife status. That's how I could see that going, Tim. That's how I could see that going. Yes. But again, would. Threat level high, do not care. I will help this woman bring justice to the world, and then we will retire to a quaint, cozy cottage very far away from everyone else so we can, well, stuff I cannot say on Twitch or YouTube. Murkrow! I don't know why. I've always felt Murkrow is fucking... Murkrow's eyes, like Murkrow's look is just like, the fuck you looking at? It's the most deadpan look of most Pokemon. They form gangs that pilfer and connive their way into shinies. These objects can be anything as long as it shines. They wear hoods and disguise in order to trick their victims. Absolutely would. Look at this haughty look of superiority, but also harpy monster girl. I would tear that fucking robe right off of her if she let me. I would not even hesitate. Not even hesitate. The fact that Murkrow isn't a hardcore witch look is disappointing. I think she was going more for bandit, because remember, the Gen 2, she went for a very Japanese vibe, and Japanese witches are a very different thing than, like, Western witches. I do think some of the ghost Pokemon from Gen 1, she went more of a witchy, dark vibe for them. But I would, but I don't know where she'd fit in. She feels like she would be a bit too generic enemy in, like, you'd fight a lot of Murkrows, basically. In an RPG style game of this, you'd fight a lot of Murkrows. They would show up a lot. Slowking, which is still a woman. She has confirmed this. Lily has confirmed this. They are intelligent and wise with abundant knowledge and magic. A Shelder needs to bite them on the head for them to become a Slowking. They wear a king's rock as a crown. Still would. But she would be like the weirdest romance in the game. She would have you do random shit. that the look in her eyes is that she would send you on the most convoluted fucking quest in the world to get her favor. It would just be the randomest shit. She would send you to the ends of the earth to retrieve a wooden spoon or something. When you say Western witches, are you talking about the stereotypical Salem Luke? Yeah, pretty much. I don't remember actually if any of the Pokemon she did are in that category. And she is redesigning all of Gen 1. So everything that I say could be completely out of date by the time she releases that. This is, I don't know why. I do not know why. This is giving me Sheogorath from Elder Scrolls vibes. If you want to romance this Pokemusu, if you want to get in those royal pants, she is going to give you the strangest fucking quest line in the world. Just wondering because there's so many different depictions. Fair. This woman is going to drive you insane before she even lets you come within 10 feet of her. But I would still do it. I would absolutely do it. And she would, you just know she would keep the same facial expression the entire time. And it's only if you can somehow manage to get off while she's staring at you like this that she will come to respect you. Whatever you do, don't ask her to take the hat off. Oh, no, yeah, that is an instant fail. If you do that, you get like one chance to be like, just joking. And if you don't, she just blasts you out of her house with psychic powers and you never see her again. Misdreavus, the blood pearl, redstones that absorb evil intent. When enough of them are gathered, Misdreavus manifest. Their hair can extend and act as appendages. Tie me down and fucking have your way with me. First, I mean, it just, the hair can extend and act as appendages. She is going to be on top. She will not brook descent on this. Why remove her hat is equivalent to say, I want you dumber. Yeah. No. Misdreavus, that is the look of, I am going to be on top, but you are going to love every moment of it. She is perfectly content with this. Threat level medium, obviously, because ghost Pokemon tend to have darker sides to all of them. This woman is not going to let you leave until she is satisfied. But I am willing to take that risk. I am willing to hold her off, guys. You run, I will hold off the ghost Pokemon. Do not worry. All will be fine. As for a video game, I could easily see this being both an enemy, like a semi-common enemy, but also like an actual, like you'd run into a bus of Misdreavus who are way more violent. Like they've absorbed the evil from the pearls and have become way more like evil. And then you'd run into one where if you don't just react with violence, she's a lot friendlier because she isn't corrupted. And then you could build a relationship with that one. But again, she is always on top. Even if she's not the top in the relationship, she's holding you down with that hair and she is the one on top. Unknown, which this is a weird one that Lily came up with. I do love her interpretation of it. Strange beings that live in their own dimension. They don't speak, but they will use their tentacles on their backs to communicate by changing the shape to resemble letters. They have a single eye. Yes, Lily has confirmed that underneath the little paper mask they wear, she is a Cyclops. She has only a single eye. She better have made all of them. She made one for this, and then she made a few other sketches of the different letters. But by making their body essentially just a series of tentacles, any unknown can turn their shape into one of the other letter unknowns. It's about as good of a compromise as you can get without Lily having to make, 28, 29 of the damn things? So I can understand it. Also, I do still think it fits. It's very eldritch looking. It's very strange looking. And it's literally just like a mass of tentacles. If you're into tentacles, like man or woman, congratulations, you found the tentacles. You found all the tentacles. You found tentacles that could be in anything. Is that a Markiplier reference? I don't remember, because I know Markiplier did a Smash or Pass of this, but it has been years since I watched that. I know idea why, but in the German version, they replaced the English word with another English word, and it's called Masingo in German. Masingo is the error from the original Pokemon. Missing number is, as it's actually known, is the glitch Pokemon from the first game. So I don't know anything about what maybe that was something on the localization team. Wow, about that. Fucking love this thing in the show. Strange slime like being there, shy and always hide from others. The actual Musu is the small one on its back. The blue one is the construct to trick observers. They counter all aggression. Still would do. And like, if you're into voyeurism, depending on which one of the two you're doing, the other one is watching. So, like, to me, like, that's not exactly my kink, but I could certainly see it. Like, Question, where would the hole be? Lily has confirmed that wherever the Pokemusu's hips are is where that is. So it would have a hole, it would have an opening here, and it would have an opening on the actual body. Like, we'll get that when we see another one of the centaur-like designs. She does not like the idea of having to do it from behind on that. Which pair of hips? Both pairs of hips, Tenwin. Come on, man. Think. Lily Goth is here to give us monster girls. She's gonna make it both. But yes, would this, although I will say, like, game-wise, quest-wise, Wobbuffet would be like a huge red herring of a quest. You'd get some quest to go deal with a Wobbuffet, and it would be like causing problems or something, and then you'd find out the Wobbuffet had nothing to do with it. It was just like a series of unfortunate circumstances. Wobbuffet would be the slime. Yes, officially, this is Wobbuffet. The little tail, technically, is Wobbuffet. But everyone only knows the whole body, because that, and also, again, the actual Wobbuffet, I have a soft spot in my heart because I loved it in the show. Wobbuffet! Oh, speaking of centaurs, Giraffering. They have two heads. The secondary head does not appear sapient, but it can see and feel things around it. It can also communicate with the main head. They live in tribes on the plains. So yes, this is what I was getting at. Lily has confirmed the organs needed for reproduction are here. They are on the front. Lily is not a fan of centaur girls being anatomically correct, shall we say. She has had people in her own chat mention that doesn't work. She doesn't care. The word of the artist god is that the part you need to worry about is up here. Also, I don't know how exactly you'd be able to do it from behind, even if you wanted to, because this thing would be staring at you the entire time, which seems disconcerting. I would do, but it would be strange. I don't know. Like, this would definitely be one of those ones where I'd have to think about it, but I'd probably go for it. As for a game, I don't even know what role she would have, because I'll be honest, Giraffering has always been one of those designs that I just don't understand. Like, it's supposed to be a giraffe, it's supposed to be a horse, it's supposed to be psychic. I've never understood this Pokemon. I don't think I've ever caught it. I've seen it in multiple, I've seen it almost every time I played a game that has it in it. I don't think I've ever fucking, caught it. Not once. Can't believe she took away the eye contact dog from us. What? I don't know what that means. I mean, this thing's still going to maintain eye contact. It's still creepy. This feels like it would be a mini boss. Like, maybe the main villain employs a Giraffering as one of their lieutenants, and she relies on the creepiness factor to help her fight. I don't know. Pineco. They make their armor out of tree bark and their own saliva. They rarely move. They prefer to meditate in one spot, but will attack anyone who gets close enough to get cut down. I unironically think this is a fucking peak design, and I am Lily has had people not be as down for this one, but it's because technically it is a bug girl. It is a bug because Bagworm Pokemusu, this is a bug type. It is technically a bug Pokemon. As such, I feel firstly that I am entitled to do so as a fellow bug man. That's the first design I actually like. Well, at least we found one that you like, Defmol. But first of all, Samurai Bug Girl is already awesome. I already told you Scyther's one of my favorites, and Scyther's basically a fucking samurai bug raptor. Wish I could show you the Gen 1 design, and I hope the redesign that she's coming up with is even better, because I loved her Gen 1 design for it. Savage, feral, sword-swinging bug woman. But Pineco is good. I would absolutely smash. Pineco would definitely be one of those, she works for the bad guy, and you have to beat her a couple of times before she'll join you, and then she transfers her oath of loyalty to you. And she's your most loyal retainer. But getting her to open up to a romantic relationship would involve a whole lot of stuff, because she'd be absolutely not. You are my superior in combat, or you're my lord or something. And she would just be totally against it at first. Absolutely be oh no, a superior can't be hitting on someone who's serving under them. That's absolutely wrong. And it's you'd have to get her to be okay, but if you want this, then I would want it too, is what I'm saying. And you'd have to get her to really open up. And it would be also looking at the head and the armor and the face mask, you would never see her face until you actually got her to open up to you. You would never see anything other than the mask. She would always be wearing it, even at you could stumble in on her on accident at the sauna in a classic anime trope, and she would still be wearing the mask. You would never see what's underneath it until you got her to open up fully. Do wonder why they didn't do armor plates all the way down. That's a good question. I mean, if I remember correctly, they make their armor out of tree bark and their own saliva. So, I mean, it's not like her body isn't already pretty beefy. So I guess maybe she doesn't feel like she needs to wear it all the way to the bottom. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know why. And Fortress. Yes. This one is also, I'm just going to spoil it right now. This one is also going to be a smash. Their armor is so strong that it's comparable to reinforced steel. They can create balls out of their armor and fire them out on the extra limbs, making them incredibly dangerous. Gun Samurai. Fucking yes. Yeah, so this is like, she would finally lower the mask. Like if you were doing like Pineco's romance in the video game idea of this universe, she would finally lower the mask. She would evolve into a fortress, and she would be your strongest soldier. She cuts things down with her sword. She can body check people with the giant shoulder blades, and she can shoot them with her cannon legs. Absolutely. This woman literally has balls of steel. I do question how. Okay, I'm just going to say it. You would crawl into like the shell, and then she would like collapse it in. And well, when the shell is a rockin', don't come a knockin'. How about that? And then you would emerge the next day, utterly drained and having had the best night of your life. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. She absolutely would be. She would be one of those characters that's like, against anything that isn't magic, against any kind of physical damage, she is untouchable. She is unstoppable. Unstoppable force on the battlefield against anything that isn't like raw arcane power. But yeah, no, that's always been my headcanon since I saw this design is if you want to be with her, you crawl into that shell and she closes it up and the two of you are, you know, it's like a case of she has you at her mercy, but she wants you to do something to her, if you know what I mean. But yes, would 100%. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. Done smart. Oh, okay. So remember how I said there is only one wife per gen? I'm not even gonna lie. This is it. I don't know why, but ever since I saw the Pokemusu design for this, I have been in love with the damn thing. I'm just gonna be honest. They are known for two things, burying themselves underground and drinking. They are always seen with their gourds, and those who meet them claim that they are always tipsy. Look at this. Look at this fucking angel. Look at this adorable goddamn derpy, not a thought behind those eyes, enjoying life to the fullest, thick fucking snake ass thigh. I don't even know what you describe this, given that she has a snake lower body. I don't care. Of course he likes the drunkard. It's not that. First of all, Lily has confirmed they are only slightly tipsy. They're still fully cognizant. They only get drunk around people that they already intend to do things with, shall we say. I believe she said that. I could be lying. I could be, well, not lying. I could be misconstruing. But Lily has clarified because she has had people be like, well, wait, if they're always drinking, then is that a consent issue? And Lily's just like, no. Word of God, no. They can handle their alcohol. Get over it. No, for some reason, this is wife. For Gen 2, this is wife. I don't know why fully. But the moment I saw this design, I absolutely adored every single thing about it. Is that Suika Ibuki? I don't know who that is. She has Zelda Fairy Queen vibes. I can kind of see that a little bit. Yeah. Regardless, the little adorable wings, the snake lower body. She's got fat bags. She's got the adorable fucking face and the fangs. I would literally sit next to her and just wrap my arms around her and we could sit like that forever and do nothing and I would still be content. Just hit my break and what is this? We're doing a smash or pass. No ass cheeks. You lack imagination, Lord Brown Bear. You will suffer for your lack of vision. But regardless, Goblin Girl, she's always drunk. Okay. Regardless, this is the wife of Gen 2, and I cannot fully explain it, but literally from the moment I saw the design, I loved everything about it. This is absolutely the character who would be like your potion master in the game. She would follow you around. At first, she makes completely useless potions, completely useless alchemical ingredients. But as you get her more and more refined alchemical ingredients, she just starts making you like god potions. She starts making full heals. She starts making like revives. Like, she will just become the concoctor of the battlefield medicine that you need. First, the spark of flame in his hand and aims at me. Your lack of faith disturbs me. You remember that I can do that. I know that I never remember to use my damn toggles, but don't tempt me, Lord Brown Bear. Don't tempt me. But yes, this is wife of Gen 2. She is fucking amazing. I love her. I love how adorable she looks. And again, and to take it back to the Pokemon, I fucking love Dunsparce. They're so goddamn useless, but look at them. They are the definition of just why would you not have this as a pet? If you were in the Pokemon universe, why would you not have a Dunsparce as a pet? Look at him. Look at the little guy. All right, moving on. Wife, winner of Gen 2, hands down, no questions asked. Gligar, with his stupid fucking tongue sticking out. They live in caves and mountains where they find mines to exploit. They ambush travelers and paralyze them with their venom, then drag them away to be used as labor. Congratulations, folks. We have found the enslavement Pokemusu. So yes, this would, let's be very honest, this would be your higher level bandit enemy like Pokemusu. Oh, she looks pretty. You're going to like some of these, Lord Bounder, trust me. She would drag you off to enslave you in the mines, but maybe she'll give you some more. No feet? I mean, technically she does have feet. She technically does have feet. You can see them down here. They're just big claws, really, rather than normal feet. But again, I'll just tell you what I told back when we first got our first big-tailed Pokemusu, Lord Brown Bear. Think about a monster girl with a big fat, with a PH tail, and realize just how toned that ass and lower back are going to be from having to lug and move around that tail. Come on, I want you to really think about it. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Regardless, I would smash, but I get the feeling she wouldn't let me short of also enslaving me. So I was going to say no soaring arches, but she do kind of have arches. Yeah, she basically does. So would do, but probably is also going to end up killing a lot of them in the RPG because they're going to be a generic enemy. Steelix. An Onyx who secludes themselves in the mountains in order to train their bodies to become a Steelix. Their bodies are so tough they are almost made of metal. Snake woman, still wood, absolute wood. You know that every muscle on her upper body is rock hard, quite literally. This woman, you could frickin', what's the word I'm looking for? You could quite literally hammer a goddamn sword on her abs. You could resharpen a blade on her arms, and she probably would feel it as a tickle. Would crush the pelvis death by Snoosu, and it would be a glorious end, worthy of song. As for like a video game world, probably something you'd encounter first as a generic enemy, and then something that you would find a actual Steelix character later, and her whole thing would just be like training and self-improvement. She probably wouldn't join your party, but you would be able to like bring her things to improve her fighting capability. And she would eventually, like, develop a bond with you. Massage table. Yes. Grips like a trash compactor. Use her as an anvil. Yes, that's what I'm looking for, Yasalis. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You heat up the fucking sword in the forge, and then you hammer the sword into shape on her abs. Distort the body more instead of making half-human body put into the rest. Yeah, you could do more of that. I want to see more like that. Unfortunately, I don't think there's that many. While some consider them ugly, they enjoy great popularity with women. They are kind and loyal. If anyone finds them scary, they will do their best to correct this. If I remember correctly from Lily's notes, this is Brat Incarnate. Snubble and the next one are Brat Incarnate. Yes, and they're meant to be cute. They're also openly the, like, lesbian coded. Well, not lesbian necessarily, but very, what was the word she used? Like, Snubble mainly hangs out with women, so the way you get with the Snubble is by getting with the other woman, because only then is the Snubble going to be interested in the dude. So, if the Snubble's hanging out with a woman you like, congratulations, you now have a threesome. There's so many Gunnar Blades in it. My favorite, though, is Wolfric, even though he's fairly weak. Gunnar Blades? I have not played Xenoblades, unfortunately. That series passed me by. Instant threesome. Yes, you have to get the other one, though, in order to agree to that. Would do. Not sure how I would go about it, though. Not sure. She also has vibes like quest giver. Like, she would want your help with something, and she can't ask anybody else about it. But she's very annoyed that she has to ask you for help. Gramble.
Shuckle Fuck Brigade. Shuckle Fuck Brigade.
We're reviewing Monster Girls. Shuckle Fuck Brigade. Smash everyone because they're hot. We're not gonna put any dissent. These are good girls. We like the Monster Girls in this house because we're the Chuckle Fuck Brigade. Hey! All right, gotta go. No problem, Lord Brownberry. You have a good one. You have a good one. They come to be when a snubble is too spoiled. Despite their more intimidating look, they are completely helpless and unable to do anything on their own. Literal girl failures. If you've seen the meme about a lot of VTubers being girl failures, if they're women, this is that in Pokemusu form. Literally incapable of taking care of themselves, needs somebody to take care of them, has no capability outside of that. Coincidence that she looks like Kinky? A little bit, actually, yeah, especially in the face. If you get rid of the fangs, I can actually really see it. As for, like, place in story, she would totally be an escort quest mission. She would be an escort quest mission, and then she gets incredibly clingy to you for, like, no reason. Trying to get her in a proper romance route would be convoluted as fuck. Quillfish, right? I'm pretty sure this is quillfish. Yeah. They inhale water in order to inflate their lower body. They have poisonous spikes that they use to defend themselves, and when fully inflated, can fire them like projectiles. Angry tomboy mermaid fish woman with spiky bits. I am totally down. Totally down for that. Or a fetch quest giver. Oh, yeah, because she's useless. Because she can't do anything on her own. That would make sense, Denwood. But no, quillfish, tomboy mermaid. I am down for it. I'm totally down for it. This would be another one where it's like she's not a generic enemy in the RPG, but she would like pop up at random and be like, I think you did something that I don't like or something like that, and then fight you. And then if you win, she'd be like, fine, I guess I was wrong. And then she'd leave. Or fetch. Oh, Yasalis said that. My bad. My bad. I'm reading too fast and not noticing who's actually saying shit. Yasalis, thank you. They can fire them like projectiles. Yes, would do. Would do. Would also have on team. Don't know. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to have to go on a rant with this one. They search for strength above all else. Their desire is so great they cover their bodies in melted magic metal in order to attain a new and more powerful form. These red warriors inspire fear in their opponents. Scizor. Okay. So first of all, it would be Smash. It would be Smash. It is Smash just from it's still a very good looking bug girl, like very good looking bug girl. But I'm just going to have to rant on this. Scyther is better. Scizor is an objective downgrade to Scyther. And I am tired of hearing, I've seen Pokemon threads about competitiveness. I've seen Pokemon like talk about stuff, and it's always, oh, Scizor's better than Scyther. Scizor's better than Scyther. Scizor's better than Scyther. I don't care. Scyther has 10 times the aura of Scizor. Scyther is a goddamn samurai fucking raptor bug. It is so much better than this pincher red wannabe knockoff. I'm sorry. It's the truth, though. Scyther mogs on Scizor, and it always has. And I have been forever sad that Scyther evolves into this. How is that a hot take? Because for the last, 20 years of Pokemon, all I've ever heard is, why wouldn't you evolve a Scyther into a Scizor? There's no reason not to. Yes, there is a reason. It's that Scyther is better. Flat out. You know what what I tell that kind of player? Rule of cool is superior. Agreed. Don't get me wrong. Lily, should you ever see this, your design is great. She's a great monster girl, but she just loses points because I have never liked Scizor, because I think Scyther is better in every way. She absolutely would be one of your top tier combat party members or something in like a Fire Emblem style game, though, where you're collecting the Pokemusu to fight like evil. She would be great. She would be great. I would still smash her if I had no other choice. But if it was a choice of you have to evolve your Scyther into a Scizor in order to finish the romance in the game, I would lose my shit. Because no, Scyther is better. End of story. We are moving on. As a Bulbasaur fan of 30 years, I feel that, but it's also not a hot take. I don't know. I've seen too many people say that Scizor is better than Scyther. And it's not just gameplay. Like, they'll say it like, oh, I just think it's a better Pokemon design. I don't. I just don't. You are wrong. And in this stream, I am the streamer. I am the one that is right. Scyther is better than Scizor. I can't wait for Lily to finish the Gen 1 redesigns. So hopefully it will be even better. Moving on. Shuckle! Fucking adorable little worm thing. Well, mold, technically. Shy and reserved, they tend to find rocks and minerals to build their shells. In them through a special process they create via fermentation, a lot of high-end alcohol. So, a counterpart to Dunsparce. Dunsparce's problem, though, is that Dunsparce makes the alcohol and then drinks it itself. Shuckle makes the alcohol and then sells it for a very high price. Shuckle is a businesswoman. Dunsparce is a bit of an addict. Favorite Pokemon is Vespiquen, which is Gen 4, so no design for me for a long time. Yes, I mean, Lily wants to do all of them, as far as I know. People have already been begging her, please just do Gardevoir. Do Gardevoir at some point. Please, people have been begging for that. I can't wait to see what she comes out. Because knowing Lily, she'll find a way to subvert it slightly. She's not going to make it purely just sex appeal Gardevoir. She'll find something to work with it. Charizard sucks. That's a hot take, Defmole. Hot damn. I say feel the same about Charmander. Oh, wow. I mean, Charmander's cute. Charmander's good. Don't get me wrong. But wow, saying Charizard sucks. Okay. I thought I had a hot take. God damn, man. There are some Pokemon fans who would quite literally crucify you for that. Gardevoir is a boring translation because it's so obvious. Well, remember, Gardevoir is supposed to be a knight, and pretty much no one actually draws her knightly. So if Lily does that, fuck, I might have a new favorite Pokemusu, because hot damn, they can go fuck themselves. I'm an OG, yeah. But would smash the Shuckle, would introduce her to Best Girl Dunsparce, would drink the wine that they probably create for them, because goddamn, if you want to get smashed in a single shot glass, they'll probably come up with something. Charizard doesn't suck, but it is a basic-ass choice. That is unfortunately very true. I played Pokemon Green before the games came out here. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, no, old school. Old school. My respect, man. No, would smash the Shuckle, would go on outrageous quests for her to go find ingredients to make high-end alcohol, would introduce her to Dunsparce's wife, would watch as they created alcohol that could quite literally kill a man, but would be the greatest experience you've ever had. They would literally create an alcoholic beverage so god dang good that it would kill you and send you to heaven and then bring you back. Heracross, Bug Girl. I'm just going to say it while the silhouette's up. Instant smash. Protectors of the forest, nature and the weak. They have a strong sense of justice and the strength to carry it. Superhero Bug Girl. Would absolutely, would, like, again, from the perspective of like an RPG, a Fire Emblem game, something like that, would get into fight with her, would prove strength, would help her grow stronger, would get into a loving and caring relationship with her, and then have many, many babies in the aftermath of the game story. So many. This Heracross is close. She's just below Dunsparce. She's one of the ones where it's like, if Dunsparce wasn't here, Heracross might be wife, because this is peak fucking Bug Girl. Strong tomboy martial artist Bug Girl. How could you not love that? How could you not love that? Dragonite is Barney. You can't convince me otherwise. He is a little tubby. He is a little tubby. I don't remember what the Gen 1 design for Lily's Dragonite girl looks like. I know she is a bit thick. She's quite a bit thick. But as I said, since Lily did this video, I really hope she does the same for Gen 1, because I'd love to do it again. He's Gojira, you fucking heretic. But yes. No, Heracross, fucking A+ tier. A+ tier. That's Tyranitar. Oh, you keep that in mind, Tenwin. You're going to like what I have to say about her when we get to her. But no, Heracross, she would be your monk build. She would be your monk character in the party, and she would just punch. She's a punch girl. She punches everything. She'd be one punching things nonstop. You'd get a scene where you take her on a date and she gets embarrassed and she would punch you through a wall by accident. Absolutely. Borderline wife tier. She's fighting with Dunsparce for the wife tier. She didn't quite make it, but damn is she close. Sneasel! Hope you like your goth girls. They form gangs of thieves to rob travelers in the fidget highlands of Johto. They will resort to any tactic in order to get what they fancy. You would be getting swarmed by these things. These Pokemusu would be showing up as generic enemies in packs. And it would be, you know what? It would be directly related to how much money you're carrying on you. The more money you carry over the course of the game, the larger and more dangerous packs of Sneasels come after you. They would be, after a certain point, almost as dangerous as mini bosses because there'd be so many of them. The game would temporarily turn into a Dynasty Warriors match where there's so many of these bitches trying to get at you to get your shinies, to get your money, to take what they can from you. Like, the more expensive equipment you have, the more of them show up. The more money you have, the stronger of them show up. There'd be like a secret dungeon at the end to get them to finally stop coming after you. And you would have to defeat like the leader of all the Sneasels. Would still do though. Like, you'd beat her and then she'd give you like the option to sleep with her. Because you're that strong. And it would be like getting like, I don't know, being with you for a night would be worth it for the leader of the Sneasels. But the other ones don't get any because she's the leader. Teddy Ursa. They use honey, berries, and all sorts of ingredients they gather to craft high quality candies and sweet treats. Their sense of taste is rich and adorable. Adorable would smash. Also, you just know she knows what to do with like honey and like edibles and things like that. You know she's got something. You know she's got something that the two of you could use in the bedroom. You just know it. She's got something. And if she doesn't have it, she'll figure it out. But also she's adorable. Look at those fucking eyes and ears. She would be a shopkeeper. Like in the game, she would be a shopkeeper. And you would have a bunch of missions to bring her ingredients for her candies. And like, she's just the most innocent, sweet thing in the world. Ultra Smash plus Ultra Smash. That would be the end goal. There would be like, she would be the kind of character where holding her hand would cause her to be like incredibly embarrassed. She's that sweet and innocent. But once you get to the end of the romance, when you get to the end of the romance, to the proper end, the wildest, most unrestrained night of your life, you will leave that room just utterly drained. There will be nothing. You will be shooting blanks, quite literally. And then she'll evolve into this. Because if you like, so that's cute. But what if I told you its evolved form went in the opposite direction? Ursa Ring. They use their large size and power to acquire the honey needed for the Teddy Ursa and to make their sweets. Their coats can deflect Beedrill stingers. Good God, mommy, destroy me. Destroy me. I am ready to die. Take me to the gates of Valhalla. I am ready. She would evolve into this. You would continue the relationship. And then it would be another night of just unstoppable. There would be nothing left of you. True death by Snoo. The end scene of the end of her romance would be something like you waking up in the hospital because somebody else had to save you because you guys went at it that far. Ever so slightly cringe. I don't see that. Nope. Don't see it. No cringe. Mama Bear, take me now. Also, can I just say the whole like design of the fur around the upper chest and neck, for some reason, I really like that. I feel like if you were in the game, there'd be a scene of like your character just laying their head here. It would not be sexual in any way. It would just be pure romance. And that would just be like the cutest and most endearing thing. Like that would be the cutest scene. Slugma, get your jokes out of the way. I know you're gonna type them. Go ahead, get them out of the way. Slugma, slugma this, slugma this, slugma that. Get it out of your system. Come on. I'll give you like 20 to 30 seconds. Everybody, let's go. Come on, get it out of your system. I know you're gonna do it. At least one of you is gonna do it. Tenwin, is it you? I would say it would be Lord Brownbear, but he had to go back to work. So too obvious. Okay, sure. I'll be on the lookout in case somebody decides to actually type it. I know one of you's thinking of it. I know it. There's no way you're not. Made of slime-like material, the need of intense amount of heat to survive. This is why they live near volcanoes where they can find enough heat. Giant slime girl. Wood. This is another one where like most of them would be generic enemies that are just scared that you're here to like cool them down, which would cause them to die. But then you'd run into like one that is actually a party member or something. And she'd be very sweet and adorable. Not sure what else she'd do. Isn't she like sun's heat? If I remember, Lily did address that where it's like she's not actually lava in the Pokemusu form. She's a slime that just needs very high heat, but they can control the heat. Now, that said, if you piss her off, well, you might not have a willy by the end, shall we say. And Macargo. They use volcanic rocks to create heat batteries that allow them to travel further without getting too cold. Their max temperature has been greatly exaggerated. As we can see here, the Slugma has become a MILF. The long hair, like unfortunately, she kind of has that dead anime mom look. I'm not going to lie. You know, the trope where it's like, my mother died when I was young, and they'll give you a flashback of the character design, and you're like, and it's always like the same kind of look, that slightly tired face, the long hair. It's like, yes, anime dead mom. Like, unfortunately, Mag Cargo does give that vibe just a little bit. That said, I do love the obsidian, like volcanic glass clothing and like armor. Don't know what she would be in like an RPG. Maybe she'd be like an older mage kind of character, a milfy kind of mage. And her whole specialization is obviously fire magic. Braid over one shoulder. Yeah, she doesn't quite have that because she has the two long like braid hair strand things. But it's still pretty close. Vendor in a lava zone. Yeah, magical tutor in a lava zone. Maybe there's fire magic, but the next level above fire magic is lava magic, and she's the one that teaches you. That can be cool. But wood, smash. Swinub! That's what the lower one. Yes, Swinub. With their thick coats, they can survive the harsh, frigid peaks of Johto. Their keen sense of smell allows them to discover hot springs. I do not care how much fur she has on her. Absolute wood smash. We're going to go to the sauna and have a very nice time. A very nice time. I do not care. Also, I would assume that we would need to bring some hair products because, good Lord, imagining her coming out of the sauna, and I'm just imagining that she's dripping water for like the next 3 hours. We would need a serious hair conditioner and a serious blow dryer. And she would totally be the quasi-joke character. She would be in charge of the saunas. It would be that. She would be in charge of a hot springs. And her whole thing would be being the vendor at the hot springs. That's it. Pillow swine. At this stage, they grow bigger and more powerful. They use that strength to build hot spring towns and manage them. They drink a lot. And dear God, mother of mercy. I'm ready. Sit on my face. I'm ready. I don't care. It's got fur on their leg. I don't care. Wet fur. Don't care. Tenwin. Sit on my face. That is all that needs to be said. I will go to her hot spring town. I will defend it from bandits in the game or whatever universe this is. And then you would get in a relationship with the milfy pillow swine and never leave. That would actually be a rare, it's like a bad end. You don't save the world. You get addicted to pillow swine and you just never leave. Like, bad end with quotation marks around it. Someone else can go save the world. You've got a hot spring town to help manage with the MILF. Corsola. They stand in place almost like coral statues. They're very sentient and can move occasionally. They spread coral all around them, eventually swallowing all in its path and converting all of it to coral. This would definitely be a one where I would smash, but we'd have to come to an arrangement first because, like, threat level high, they're not trying to destroy everything around them. They just do. We'd have to come to some kind of arrangement here. And in a game universe, like as I said, like a Fire Emblem style game or an RPG, this is definitely a case of like, if you don't have the right stats, your only option is to kill her. Your only option is to like defeat her and break the coral. You would need like a very specific set of like skills or a very specific set of Pokemusu in your party or something like that in order to like beat her without like having to destroy all of her coral and like probably driving her insane because you're destroying all of the work she put so hard into it, even though it's causing problems for everybody else. She'd definitely be like the misunderstood villain. Like she's causing problems. She's being horrible, but it's not meant to be evil. It's just what she is. You wouldn't be able to recruit her because she doesn't really want to go anywhere. And you wouldn't really be able to like vend or anything for her. It would have to be coming to like some kind of arrangement with other people so that she doesn't cause as many problems. Otherwise, you're just going to have to take her down. And it'd be a very, very sad moment. Very sad moment. Remoraid. They keep the peace and police the seas, keeping everyone safe from pirates. They can spit water at amazing speed, acting like a bullet. Look at this adorable Japanese military uniform on a mermaid fish woman. She's just cute. I would smash, but honestly, she is cuter than she is smashable. And I stand by that. She's just adorable. The singular horn just poking up underneath the cap. The way that the fact that Lily has largely managed to keep like the overall body shape on the mermaid style lower torso. She just looks adorable. She would absolutely be that NPC that you have to rescue half a dozen times because she keeps getting herself into fights she can't handle. Like lawful stupid, good stupid, to use D&D alignment. There's barely a thought in that head. She sees someone in trouble. It doesn't matter that she's outclassed 20-1. She's going in there to try and help, and you better be there to help her. Otherwise, she is in trouble. Not saying she's ineffective, like spit water, amazing speeds, acting like a bullet. She is capable. She just has a bad tendency of picking fights with things that she is not ready to handle. Would do, but more cute than sexy. Octillery. I'm done saving you. Oh, that would be nasty, Yasalis. Don't do that to the adorable Pokemoose. Octillery. Rebellious Remoraids that leave the Navy become Octillery. These rebels believe in a twisted form of justice. They can spit water with the force of a cannon. And this would be what would happen if you didn't help the Remoraid. She gets angrier and angrier, and eventually she turns into an adversary or a rival. Or maybe the Octillery already exists and you have to like befriend her by helping the other Remoraids. Something like that. Classic delinquent, Japanese high school delinquent school person. Like, I don't know. Also, what can I say? I don't mind the tentacles. Like, I'm not that big into, me being penetrated, but hey, I'm sure she can find some fun ways to use those tentacles. I don't got a problem with that. And I mean, the jokes of what the Octillery's mouth looks like kind of write themselves. I can only imagine what she's capable of if she really wanted to do it. At the same time, spitting water with the force of a cannon. If you piss her off, Team Rocket's blasting off again, I guess, and you're going to be the one doing it. But would smash, but would be very careful. Delibird, this fucking little piece of shit from the games. I was always annoyed by this thing. They possess a very unique tail that allows them to hold objects as if it were a sack. They deliver presents and other objects to distant villages and lands. And this has a very like Japanese folklore look to it, because like it's hard to even tell if she has a mouth, but she obviously does. The beak is actually part of like a mask, as are like the eye parts. And the overall outfit, she still has the monster legs and she still has little wings, but she's actually one of the few bird types that doesn't have the wings attached to the hands, which is, I guess that is unique for her, because almost all the other designs, their arm and wings are the same thing. Overall would do, but this seems like another one where if it was in a video game, she would just have the weirdest fucking quest line. Just out there. She would have you delivering gifts to orphans on the other side of the planet, but it would have to be gifts that you'd have to find, and they'd be some of the weirdest stuff. Like, find a dead, like, the part from a dead Pokemusu or something. Like, it'd be weird and strange requests. She'd be sending you all over the place on fetch quests and doing her full quest. It wouldn't even be like a full-blown romance, but if you wanted more like insight into what the Delibird is, you would have to do everything. She seems like it would be less a romance character, even in something like that, and more like a world building character. Like she sends you to interesting locales. She doesn't talk about those locales, but the things you find there are interesting. It's vaguely based on a Tengu. Yeah, judging from the face, I think that's completely correct. Would still do, but would be very confused the entire time. Mantine. They jump out of the seas to glide through the skies. They are gigantic, and Remoraid use them to better patrol the seas, peaceful and calm. It should be noted, Remoraid are about human size, which means Mantine is big woman. Excessively big woman. Big motherly woman. Absolutely would do. She would be a random encounter out at sea, but it would be peaceful. Like, you'd be fighting monsters, and there would be a chance that a Mantine just shows up and helps you. Just out of nowhere. She's very motherly. She's very big. She seems like she'd be very helpful. You'd occasionally find her helping the Remoraids, obviously. And, like, the first time you encounter her, like, she just comes up out of the water, and you're not even up to her belly. Like, she's ginormous. And I would totally do what I could. Like, with that level of size difference, there's only so much you can do. That's where you got to get creative, let's be honest. But I'd be totally down for trying to find out. Would. Smash. Skarmory. I don't actually remember what this one looks like. Their skin is hardened and sharpened by the air pressure as they fly. Their wings sharp as blades. They decorate their wings with elaborate patterns. Oh, yeah. Right. This is the one where it's like, it's essentially like acid etching on the metal of their wings, which is quite nice. And I do like that she incorporated the weird, like, helmet, essentially, or like skull cap that the base Skarmory design has as like a mask that covers part of the face. I do like that. And again, another harpy style bird monster girl that does not have arms. They only have the wings and they only have the legs. The legs aren't as monstrous because it only goes up to about the knee, but because it's made out of steel, it still looks very alien, I guess. Remember those things? I liked those back in the day. Yeah, Skarmory's a good Pokemon. And I do like the idea that they like decorate the inside of their wings, because then like each one you encounter could have like a different design. At the same time, from like a game or world building perspective, they do still feel a little generic enemy. Like this is the artsy enemy. This is like they work for an enemy who does like art and is fancy and all that. And this is like his main minion. He'll have a bunch of these, or she will have a bunch of these as like their lieutenants. And each Skarmory has like a different pattern on their wings to determine like what type of fighting they do or something like that. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. But I don't know. She gives a vaguely villainous air to her, I guess. Like very high society. Culture. Houndour, bandits and troublemakers. They form gangs to overpower their foes, and they use magic to grow the bones and decorate their bodies with it like tattoos. Oh, God, yes. There are no words to describe. This is another one that's fighting for wife tier. I'm not even going to lie. Have you seen the Chibidoke Hiker Accurate Avatar that's so deliciously what she writes? No, but that sounds fucking cool, Tenwin. Houndour, Houndour, my fucking dog girl beloved, Jesus. Again, this one, her evolution as well, definitely trying to fight their way up into a wife tier, defended by the glorious Dunsparce, the derpy fucking snake. But this is pretty close. This is fucking goth punk wolf girl. So this is how my girl looked when she was still a Houndour. I mean, it's not bad. And I do like that Lily kept the idea that the bones are growing out of them. Like they are using it as armor and weapons. Like that is cool as shit. I love that idea. It does make me wonder if a cool design element would be like Scrimshaw. Like imagine that as a Houndour gets older and like wins battles and stuff, they get like Scrimshaw on the various parts of the bone that have emerged from their body. So every Houndour looks a little bit different because even though they grow the bones in similar spots, each bone segment has like its own decorations. And you can tell who's the higher ranking Houndour in the pack by how like Scrimshaw the bone segments are. My Houndour was the core of my team. Well, we're about to get to that because that one's also going to be, I'm just going to spoil it now. Smash. Definitely. I like me some dog girls. I like me some wolf girls. I like this design is just good. The leaders of the Houndour gangs, they are violent and short-tempered, but they can curse others to be engulfed in undying flames if anyone disobeys or betrays them. Alpha female. Like, is there any other word to put it? The top bitch. She will broke no quarter. She is here to beat your shit in. She is going to use those bone spurs to kick your ass. She's going to use those chains to bind you down. This is giving like mid-level to high-level villain energy. Like this is like regional villain, regional enemy. Top bitch in this case has multiple meanings. That was intentional. Like now here's the thing. In a video game setting, what I could actually see is that you encounter the Houndoom, but she's a pure villain, like pure bad. But you could encounter a Houndour, and that Houndour joins you if you agree to assist her in overthrowing the Houndoom. And if you build enough of a relation, when that Houndour evolves, she stays on your team rather than leaving you. Mine's just a bit cranky. I mean, I have a feeling this is not exactly a woman you'd want to wake up, early. This is the kind of woman who she does not set an alarm because she will wake up when she damn well feels like it, and everyone else is going to deal with it. She's the one in charge. But like from a gameplay perspective, like if this was again Fire Emblem kind of style or JRPG kind of thing, the first Houndoom you encounter, total villain. She's 100% behind whatever evil is going on in the world. But then you'd run into a Houndour later, and you would have like the option to like the more relationship you build with the Houndour determines how she acts when she evolves into a Houndoom and challenges the other Houndoom for like control of the area. I think that could work really well. Also, I will say though, like I will say this is probably the only time where the older look isn't quite as good as the younger look. I do think in terms of like raw sex appeal, I think Houndour looks more attractive to me than Houndoom. I feel like, I don't know, it's like, I'm saying like a lot. I'm trying not to. I'm really trying to break my habit of using that word over much. I feel like, there I did again. I feel as if you could do a little bit more to make it obvious that she's still got more of that punk aesthetic to her. I don't know why. I feel like that would be like the big difference is like the Houndoom you encounter in the game would have this design and she would have the long hair, but she would be the pure villain. And then the Houndour that you help evolve and is part of your party would keep the short hair, which would help differentiate it from the existing Houndoom and make her look a little bit more similar to her previous self. Something like that. Either way, still would smash. Still would start an entire pack of Houndours with this woman. Said it again, I know. I'm trying to break my habit of it. Kingdra, they're born when they infuse themselves with the power of the magic scale. Their new powers rival dragons. They guard the divines and the founder and protector of Johto. Yes, this is Lugia's honor guard is a bunch of Kingdra, which still now all I'm thinking of is if you want to get with Lugia, you have to impress all of her Kingdra in every way possible. If it's going to be that kind of game. Otherwise, these would be like top end. Like they wouldn't be enemies, but like if the game deals with like dealing with the legendary Pokemon of both stripes, both the legendary birds and the legendary dogs, the Kingdra would be like high end, like you must prove yourself to Lugia to show that you are capable of saving this land. And then you'd have to battle your way through a small army of Kingdra to like prove your worth. Houndoom is a villain, but she's just doing that because she has a sick friend or husband back home needs to get money. Yeah, you could do something with that. There's plenty of room for like sympathetic backstories. Would do the Kingdra. Would probably have to fight her and all of her friends in order to earn the honor of doing so. Fucking Fanfi, this adorable little piece of shit. I don't know why I call him a piece of shit, but he looks like a piece of shit and I love him. They engage in rollout battles in the Coliseum. Their competitions dictate how their society is run, and a lot of matters get settled with a rollout match. So it's a sports girl. I do love how Lily managed to integrate the trunk being part of the hair. It looks off a little bit to me, but at the same time, I don't know how else you could have done it. Also, just the really vibrant colors and everything. Like, I don't know. She feels like she's a sports fan. She feels like she's here to impress. She's both a showman and a sportsman, and she loves every moment of it. This would absolutely be this would be the mini game NPC. She would be down for all the different mini games. She would be like the tutorial NPC for them. You'd encounter her later when you could do like high-end versions of those side quests and of the mini games, and she would just be totally down for that. That's what she would be spending her time on. I could also see her being a bit of a gambler NPC. Like, if you want to place bets on the outcome of the mini game, she would be the one to do it. Everything is competition. Dawn Fan, the angry one. Only a rollout battle champion becomes a Dawn Fan. They battle so fiercely the stage often gets severely damaged when they're done. If I remember, Lily said the overt inspiration for this was sumo wrestlers. Especially because in Japanese tradition, there are no female sumo wrestlers. It's still a very, very religiously and tradition-oriented sport. There are no female sumo wrestlers. It has a whole thing to do with Shintoism and male and female spaces and energy. And I don't understand it enough to explain it without sounding like a completely ignorant bastard, so I won't try. Regardless, the inspiration was still sumo wrestling. I do think she managed to nail that. Keeping the trunk, now that it's armored as part of the hair, also does make it almost feel like it has armor. Like I really hate saying like so much. It's only really noticeable because this is like the longest yapping stream I've done in a while. It does feel as if the entirety of the trunk and the ears is an armored headpiece. Like, there it is again. It's going to drive me insane now. The more I say it, the more I notice it, the more it makes me angry. It gives me that kind of vibe of like the Japanese helmets, the kabuto, I think is what they're called, because they have those flares on the neck and the side. But here it's over exaggerated. So you've got the ears stretching out all the way here. You've got the front of it stretching all the way out like a trunk. Also, she's just big. I would absolutely smash. Although I think in this case, she would be the one smashing me. This would be another mini game character. Like the whole rollout competition thing could be a whole mini game or something like that. And by doing so, you would, that's how you would kind of earn relationship value with her, would be doing all the mini games and stuff. Porygon Z or whatever, right? No, Porygon 2. Ancient beings able to construct constructs out of their bodies. With the help of an ancient artifact, they can upgrade themselves and make better constructs, including round shapes. And this is straight up an Evangelion reference. Like literally, she's wearing a plug suit from Evangelion. Would do. This one almost seems like it would be a bit of a joke character. Like she would say things and do things that make no sense in context of the universe, but only make sense to the player. She'd be the leaning on the fourth wall character. Body slam. Yes. But no, would be very strange, though, considering that the thing she's writing on is a extension of her body, basically. Yeah, can create constructs out of their bodies. Does she have a giant ass, or what does that count as? I think technically in this case it counts as her feet, because her ass itself is still there. Her thighs are still there. I think she would have to like lean back for you to have, access, shall we say? You'd also have to remove the suit, or you would have to remove the suit, or maybe the suit just opens up. I don't know. Again, this feels like a very leans on the fourth wall character. She'd be doing like jokes and references, not quite Deadpool levels, but she'd definitely be the leans on the fourth wall. The wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the player rather than the character. But her romance, I don't know if she would be one of those characters that would be in your party, but she'd be maybe like a blue mage kind of style where she gets abilities from enemies. Or something like that. She would be able to adapt based on that, because she's the virtual Pokemon. So, at least that's my opinion. Still would smash. She does look cute as well with the pointy ears and the white hair. I do like that. Stantler. They live undisturbed in the forest around Johto. They use strong illusion magic to hide themselves in their forest. Only those deemed good might be allowed to draw near. So obviously there'd be like an alignment restriction. You'd have to be playing a good playthrough in order to encounter a Stantler as a friend. You could encounter them as an enemy if you're doing like an evil / like unlawful playthrough, I guess, in a video game world like this. Would plow. I have to agree. Like I see if should Lily ever see this, should Kinky Mation ever see this, I am not so cowardly. I don't have a problem with centaur girls having their bits at the back. But if we're going to say that it's at the front, I don't have a problem with that either. Regardless, absolutely would smash, absolutely would use those antlers for something that they were not supposed to be used for, and also would give her ear scritches, because I do like this design on Monster Girls where they have like the long sideways ears. Those always feel like, because I know some people are going to be like, oh, pet play kind of stuff. It's like, it's not that necessarily. It's like, they just look like they would find it enjoyable. The same way like running your fingers through your significant other's hair. It'd be something like that, but you wouldn't need to do just that. You could also give them like a scratch behind the Monster Girl ears. And I think they would like that a lot. So very adorable, would smash, would definitely be the character that is only friendly if you're playing a hardcore good run through of the game world that they're in. This lady, and if you're not, she would be a pain in your ass. She would be tracking you down like Punisher level. She would just be finding you and trying to kick your ass. And every time you beat her, she comes back stronger. Turns into an absolute menace if you're an evil character, quote unquote. Smeagol, right? Not Smeagol, not Lord of the Rings. Their bodies produce a paint-like substance that they use to create art and spells. The color of the paint changes depending on their emotion. Cute and adorable, would smash. Just, I don't know. Like on the one hand, it is a little plain. I am getting like kind of very. I mean, it is a normal type. So if any of the types are going to have a bit of a plain vibe, the normal type Pokemon, Pokemusu would make a lot of sense. But would smash, and her entire quest line in a video game or something would definitely be like painting. It would be self-expression. Maybe she doesn't feel like she knows how to paint properly, or she can't find the confidence to do that. And you build her up and help with that. And that's what builds your relationship with her. She'd also be she'd be a magic user, but like paint magic. It'd be a lot of weird spells and stuff. I think that would be cool if that was like her role. Again, like almost like a blue mage kind of character. Gets lots of weird abilities for her magic or her physical abilities. And again, I do love that Kinky keeps the Lily. I always switch between the two. I don't know why. I feel like when I say Lily, I'm referring to like her non-adult content. And when I call her Kinky Mation, I'm referring to all the Rule 34 she does. Both of which are great. Like, if you get the chance, check out her tag on any art site. She does good work. She really does. But I really love that she keeps the monstrous girl thigh highs and she keeps the fur patterns and all that stuff. Also, again, another one where it's like, you could run your fingers through her hair, or you could give her a scratch behind those giant ears, and she would just love it. She would just love it. We still have 5 more minutes to go of this video. This one's a harder one, and technically another baby Pokemon, but though it doesn't look nearly as much like the others. Tyrogue. Beginner in the martial arts training, they enroll in dojos to become stronger, and depending on what they specialize in and what they want to evolve into will change. She's a tomboy, a martial arts tomboy. I mean, yeah, would? I mean, yes, she is a little plain. I feel as if the horns on her head could do something, or would be like, now that I've noticed it, it continues to bother me that I use that word so much. She does seem a little plain. She seems just a little too human for a monster girl. I don't know. It almost feels like she would be the Pokemusu who you meet the family of, and she has a human dad. Like, and that's why she's a little self-conscious, that she feels she's kind of torn between, am I more of a person because I'm not just a Pokemusu, but I'm also a Pokemusu that looks very human? Or am I a proper Pokemusu and I should lean more into like my abilities and stuff? Oh, that could actually work for like a Fire Emblem style thing or a RPG style thing, where if she leans more into her human heritage, she's a pure physical brawler. But if she leans into her Pokemusu heritage, she learns all of the elemental punches and stuff like that. So like fire punch, ice punch, stuff like that. She could waffle between like elemental monk and pure physical monk, depending on the way you handle her character story. She would also be the introduction to, yes, humans and Pokemusu have relationships. Her dad is a human. Her mom is a Pokemusu. Something like that. And Hitmontop. This little bastard always... Every time I ran into one of these in Pokemon, they annoyed the hell out of me. For no reason. They would just use moves that always seemed to cause me annoyance. I have always disliked this Pokemon when I see it in the games because it annoyed the shit out of me when I was younger. When a Tyrogue sets out to achieve perfect balance and succeeds, they undergo an evolution and become a Hitmontop. They focus more on spinning movements. The peak martial arts tomboy. Like we've gone from one to the other. Unfortunately, I would smash, but I don't even know where to go from what I said with Tyrogue because Hitmontop and unfortunately Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee back in Gen 1 are very human in the way they're presented, even as base Pokemon. They're like Hitmonchan is the punching one. It's literally a monster dude with boxing gloves. It's not exactly the most inspired of designs. I know Gen 1 had some both inspired designs and some not so inspired ones. And Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee were definitely not exactly the most inspiring. I appreciate what Lily's done here by keeping the pose and keeping like the emphasis on like spinning and all that. But from a purely like, is she attractive? Yes, I don't mind that she's flat. I don't mind that she's athletic. I mean, she's not Steelix, but it certainly looks like those abs have done some damn good work. I'm just not sure exactly what else you could do here. So would smash, but not sure what else we could do here. That might be entirely on me. Smoochum! This is another baby style Pokemon. They live deep in the forest, only able to interact with their environment via touch. They are called forest spirits, and when in contact with a human, they will wish to become one so hard that they eventually become a Jinx. Cute, lolly-ish, kind of weird because I think their bodies are supposed to be dolls. Like, you can see the segmented joints and all that. It's not chitten like the Bug Girls. It's actually like porcelain doll kind of thing, if I recall correctly. They are a bit weird, head pattable, not smashable. At least that's in my opinion. From the sound of it as well, she's going to evolve into a Jinx the moment she finds someone she likes anyway. So it's not like that problem's going, that problem will resolve itself in short order, shall we say. But I will pass, but still very adorable and cute. I do like also the large ears. I feel like they would be, I feel like that helps accentuate the ears. Electabuzz. Unfortunately, another quasi-baby Pokemon, although I will give Lilligoth credit that this one and the Magmar one do not look nearly as kiddish as the others. They are rambunctious and chaotic. They get a rush when they acquire electrical mana, so they seek it out by carrying makeshift lightning rods in hope of getting struck by lightning during thunderstorms. There is exactly 2 brain cells functioning in that head of hers, and they are all focused on how do I do a prank that will wreck this person's day and make me laugh. That is the only thought in her brain, is how do I pull off this prank? How do I pull off this mischievous bullshit that I'm about to do? And how do I get struck by lightning in the process? She absolutely would be the kind of NPC that shows up like once in each town with a side quest where you can either hinder or help her doing pranks. If you hinder her every time, she eventually becomes an enemy. But if you help her every time, it like tanks your reputation in a couple of towns, but then you get her as a party member. Something like that. And then eventually she would evolve into an Electabuzz, and there would probably be a relationship there somewhere. Also, I've got to say, those things on her head, I mean, they have convenient handholds, for God's sake. Too young looking. I mean, it's not as bad as some of the others, but it is there. I would still smash, but only after confirming that everything is on the up and up. I don't even remember what you're called. Magbeat, right. They love fire and heat, so they make their homes near volcanoes. Their magma fills them with energy. When cooled down, they become ill and lethargic. I'm getting almost idle from this, like dancing idle. I also feel like the only way her quest line in a video game, in a theoretical video game, would totally be around befriending a Slugma or a Magcargo so that she can go wherever she needs to, and the two of them basically feed off of each other's heat. Something like that. Like, maybe getting her to the mountain where the Magcargo lives so that she can set up shop there, and then she also starts learning, like, lava magic from the Magcargo or something like that. Would smash, but again, only once we've confirmed everything's on the up and up. Again, I do like it does have almost an idle vibe to it. Oh dear. Oh, I forgot you were in Gen 2. The Miltank. They are highly venerated and idolized. Their milk has healing properties and can restore health and vitality instantly. The more happy and loved they are, the better the milk. I am so glad that I'm not lactose intolerant. And even if I was, I don't think you could stop me. I don't think anyone could stop me. That is do the cow. Do it now. Yeah, no. Miltank is an absolute smash. Absolute smash. And she definitely would be some kind of vendor in the game selling the high-end healing items. And it would be her milk. It would be her milk. Her milk would be the high-end healing item. Or it would be the reagent to make like the highest tier of healing item. And you would do quests. If she had quest lines, they would mainly be about like just helping people, which then makes her feel better, which then improves the quality of the milk you get from her. Milk mommy. I mean, that goes without saying, Tedwin. That goes without saying. This is Smash. This is Smash, and she looks adorable, and she looks nice, and she would be like the nicest quest giver in the game. And she would be so supportive. Even if you fucked up a quest, she would be like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Smash, Mary. Blissey, they help as nurses, but are able to heal more than just physical ailments. The eggs they produce can force a state of happiness on whoever is exposed to them, no matter their mental state. Which, yes, does sound as dystopian as it could potentially be if a Blissey was ever evil. In fact, I could totally see if you had the Pokemusu video game in a theoretical alternate universe where that was a video game, Blissey could easily be the twist. It could be a twist villain where it's a Blissey who's obsessed with making people happy to the point that she starts like slipping the egg that she makes into people's food. Like she starts doing it without consent. Like creepy nurse villain. But she would also be like the easiest to write a I can fix her ending, where you stop her from doing that, help her get better, and she starts helping people normally again. And then you make so many Clefairy eggs with this woman, you would not stop. You would retire from adventuring after the game was over, and the ending screen would literally just be you in a house with so many eggs. So many eggs. But yes, Smash, no question. All right, we're in the home stretch. We're up to the legendaries. Raikou, a Musu that perished and was given new life by Ho. She is the guardian of the skies, and her drum can summon lightning to smite her enemies. I do not care that she is a centaur-looking cat thing. I would absolutely smash. This is absolutely, you have to fight her to smash her. You do not have a choice. You must prove that you are the baddest motherfucker on the island. You need to be the toughest bastard in Johto before you are even given the chance to smash. Some of my least enjoyable legendary designs, they are so random. Yeah, they do kind of come out of nowhere. I get kind of what they were going for. It was basically to, if Kanto has legendary birds, then Johto has legendary dogs. But yeah, I am glad that it kind of gave Lily a lot of room to work. Like you can see the Japanese, like I think it's, oh God, it's Raiden is their god of lightning or the god of the storm or whatever. I'm not up on my Shinto and Japanese mythology, I'm afraid. But I know some of these design elements are used there. She's got the batons with the lightning coming off of, which are used for beating the drum. She's got the lightning coming off of the feet with the storm cloud like bracers on the legs. I do feel like Lily was able to go all out on the lightning motif, more so than what the Pokemon itself gave them. But would smash, no hesitation. Would have to fight for my life to do so. She is only the strongest. Only the strongest may take Raikou to bed. Entei. A Musu that perished and was given new life by Ho, guardian of the land. She has become the divine smith and crafted many legendary armaments. Tomboy blacksmith wife. Yes, please. Would smash. So if Raikou is the one where you have to like defeat the greatest of challenges to have a chance at her, Entei would be the one where you have to craft the highest tier of like end games. You would have to create a legendary armament and prove yourself as a blacksmith worthy of her attention before she would even deign to look at what you've done. And then I would also imagine, given the nature as like Guardians of the Land, you also have to be playing like a good playthrough or whatever in this theoretical Pokemusu RPG. But if you do both of those, congratulations, Entei. Go have fun with the blacksmith, because she is going to show you a fun time. And also those sweltering abs. Again, not quite Steelix level. You can't actually make the sword on her abs, but damn, those abs are going to be solid. Also, can I just say, I really like that Lily kept I guess on the regular Entei, it's almost like a mask, but with the Pokemusu Entei, it's almost like metal hair and like attachments. I like that she kept the design across the face. I don't know why, it breaking up the mouth and the rest of the face, it both feels mask-ish without being an actual mask. I just like it. I just enjoy it. It looks visibly pleasing to me. And Suicune, this fucking piece of shit, you have no idea. This is a personal vendetta. Suicune was the only one that I could never goddamn catch. I tried everything in my power to catch this piece of shit back when I played Gen 2. No matter what I did, it would throw off status effects. It would just not go to sleep. It wouldn't do fucking anything, and I would always fail to catch it. I caught Entei. I know I caught Raikou at least once. I don't think I ever freaking caught this thing, because I refused to use a Master Ball. I wanted to actually catch it properly, and I don't think I ever did. A Musu that perished and given new life by Ho, guardian of the rains and streams, can purify water with a single touch, soothes others with her enchanting music. Gorgeous. Would smash, but can we also just talk about everything Lily did here as far as incorporating the color design, keeping the giant headdress, adding in the additional elements, keeping the adding in the instrument while keeping the clothing color, the pattern on the ribbons and all that matching to what the Pokemon was. This is a great example when she said she wanted to keep the overall silhouette and design. Like even more so, like Entei and Raikou, she had some freedom to work with, especially with like the adornments. Suicune already has the giant headpiece, but you can build off of that and add in the clothing with the coloration while keeping the fur pattern and everything on there. It's really well done. Would smash. Not actually sure where I'd put her in like a theoretical RPG or anything like that. Maybe as maybe she could be the NPC that is actually with you from the beginning and does like retraining, like kind of similar to Withers from Baldur's Gate 3, the super powerful demigod who also hangs out with you from level 2. Minstrel that you encounter in a thick, distant forest. That's when you encounter her in her true form. Or something like that. Like when she's traveling with you normally, she's either disguised as a human or something else. And then later in the game, you find out what her actual form is. You walk into a forest fighting a distant glacier. She's playing on a rock in the middle of the lake. Yeah. But then she knows everything about you. And then you piece it together that she's been traveling with you the whole time as like this NPC that's been in your camp or something. That would be cool. Actually, yeah, I like that. When you're finally ready to like face the end game, she reveals her true form. And if you've done the right things, again, because we're assuming like relationships, harem, romance, if you play your cards right with how you treated like other NPCs in the game and how you acted, you can get with the Suicune. Yeah. Although that does also, if it was that case, it's almost like a motherly figure, which, you know, that's its own trope in hentai. But moving on. We're in the home. Oh, yes! I forgot about this. So I do have thoughts on this, too. Larvitar. They absorb power from the earth and around them. They used to rule the land with fear and cruelty, but got exiled to the underground by Lugia. They seek revenge. So this obviously has main villain coded energy, and especially when we see the evolution forms, the evolve forms. Angry tomboy. I am seeing a little bit of Bakugo from My Hero Academia in the face. I'm not going to lie. That kind of constant angry expression, that constant pissed off expression and downturned, like if you flip that mouth over, it would be a perfect smile. But because it's upside down, it's the angriest of frowns. Also, for some reason, I really, really, really enjoy the rock bra. I don't know why. It's a ground type. It's a rock type. So it's fitting aesthetically. But I really enjoy the like rock armor as like both bra and on her claws. And also the fucking velociraptor claw down here. Would get disemboweled trying to talk her down. Don't care. Worth it. Lizardmen vibe. Like, I'll wait till we get to Tyranitar, which is the final form, before I talk about what I would think of for like an RPG character with this. Because I actually have some ideas. Threat level high. No shit. Still would get kicked in the stomach and sent to the hospital trying to talk her down. We will talk no jutsu the boss to death, or into our bed, one or the other. Oh, this is a cool design. I remember this. So Pupitar. Filled with rage, the Larvitar eventually absorbs enough energy to create a cocoon-like state to amass their power and attain their highest form. This screams mid-boss fight transformation. Like, she transforms into this in the middle of the boss fight. This is the second phase. And it's all status effects. It's all like delaying you so that she can finish her transformation into Tyranitar. Ones ahead of my team are threatening to me since I knew them for a long time. First phase, I think, Statue of Evil Boss. Oh, yeah, that could work. You think it's just an enchanted statue, but it turns out to be an actual Pupitar. That could be cool. Would smash, though. Would still smash. Would still smash. Like, I mean, she's conscious as long as she provides consent. Like, we're not here to do anything fucking weird. How? We'll find a way. We'll find a way. I think there's enough room underneath that leg for some fingers. I don't think it's impossible. You should see Gen 1 Tenwin. She did both Kakuna and Metapod. And those actually turned out really nice. Kakuna, again, if we ever get Gen 1, I gotta show you the Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill line, because they're one of my favorites that she did. They're the reason I first found this little Pokemusu thing. And I gotta say, first of all, Weedle Pokemusu, adorable. Kakuna and Beedrill Pokemusu, smash without fucking hesitation. Now those are some fucking bug girls. Looks very Final Fantasy Stone Guardian. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this is very weird boss fight, like mid-phase or early phase. Tyranitar. This is their true form, and once they recover it, they resurge from the depths to enact their revenge upon the world. They are an immediate threat to the land, treat to the land. Oh, wow, never noticed that typo before. I've seen this video like 3 times. I've seen like 4 people react to it. Never caught on that that's a typo. They are a treat to the land. I mean, they're a treat to some of us once you see what the actual design looks like, and are considered a natural disaster. Tyrant Lizard Mummy. Good God. Yes, a treat. Hi, Canon. So my thoughts, because I've had thoughts on this one when I first saw the Larvitar to Pupitar to Tyranitar design. Obviously, main villain coded energy. Huge main villain coded energy. Obviously. But, big but, very big but. I also had the thought, yes, secret romance. No, even better. Secret romance option, but it's not with the original Tyranitar. So you still have a Tyranitar who is the main villain, but you travel with a Larvitar. But because no one knows what Tyranitar's original form looks like, no one's sure what the Pupitar, or not Pupitar, Larvitar's Pokemusu designation is. She doesn't even know. And the one that travels with you, is influenced by your actions. And if you play bad, she ends up joining the Tyranitar against you at the end, and it becomes like a super powerful ultra boss fight. But the one who travels, but if you're good and you try to like help her deal with her constant anger, like it would be a very in-depth romance option. Like you would have to help her in a lot of ways, help her deal with her rage, her anger, and all that stuff. But if you manage all of it, then your Larvitar evolves into another Tyranitar, but one that's sided with you, and then the two of you fight against her mom or something, because that would be the existing Tyranitar. The end boss tries to beat you and she hulks out. Yeah. If you play an evil character, you romance her at the end, become the Demon King, and she is your queen. Oh, that is what would happen, but you'd have to fight like to fight her and the other Tyranitar in like a 2-on-1. And it would be like, that's your Omega weapon fight, like to use Final Fantasy terms. That's your secret, extra secret, super endgame boss that is harder than any other boss in the game. But if you defeat the previous Tyranitar and you still keep, as an evil character, you keep your Tyranitar as the one in charge, and then, yeah, you become the villain. I was going to suggest threesome, you applied the other as the child. Yeah, I would do that just to kind of fit the theme. So yeah, no threesome in that case. No threesome. I mean, if it's a straight up porn game, then I don't know. Some people do crazy shit with that. You should romance the end. Nah, I like the traveling with you idea because she can fill the role of both like rival. Like she should push back against your choices a lot. She should constantly be pointing out like the flaws in your plan and things like that. She needs to be very on your team, but antagonistic. So it really does have to be a case of I can fix her. And you have to like go into that with that mindset and trying to make her better. Otherwise, she will become just as bad. Like if you take a middle road, you get an almost as bad boss fight, but with no payoff at the end. So you've got to bring her over to your side. You've got to get her strong enough so she evolves. And then when she goes up against her mom, against the other Tyranitar, you helping her breaks it. And then when Ho-Ho and Lugia show up because they're like, oh God, another Tyranitar's here, you're able to talk them down before they try to kill her. Weak, or Tyranitar's the secret good romance, the end boss Tyranitar's secret evil. Maybe something like that. We're just brainstorming on this. I just haven't seen anybody do this because a lot of, as I said, I've seen Lily talk about like, oh, if I could have a hypothetical Pokemusu game or something. I've seen her mention that a few times. And I just thought that would be a really cool angle to analyze some of this because I'm not a character person, or I'm not like a art design or character design person. I can't comment on stuff on a lot of this aside from I really like this. It looks cool. I don't know how to express properly why I like it. So I figured I'd go off instead by vibes and their description on what role I think they'd play in like an RPG or something like that. Because that's something much more up my alley as far as design and analyzation. I can do that. I'm not good at analyzing art because I'll just look at this and be like, this is cool. This is awesome. It's hot as hell too. Like this is evil mama coded to the extreme. It also tells me because it, in a way, if we did that, it would also make Larvitar like the secret fourth friend from your village. Like, because remember, I said the starter Pokemon would be like your childhood friends. So you would have Chikorita, you would have Cyndaquil, and you would have Totodile. And they would be like your starting party members. They would be the ones that you would have the close relationship with. And in a mostly canon playthrough of this theoretical game, one of them would be the one you end up with. And then there's the secret ending where you end up with all three of them and Larvitar evolved into Tyranitar. And you basically get this secret harem ending where you romance all four of your childhood friends. And that just sounds, I mean, given their designs, that just sounds so goddamn hot. I mean, I'm just invoking fucking hentai levels of tropes here, but still, it'd be hard to fucking argue with that. It'd be hard to fucking argue with that. But yes, Tyranitar would absolute smash, would have her be the main villain in a theoretical Pokemusu game, would have your relationship with her daughter, the Larvitar that you run into, be like the central moral conundrum of the game, would make this absolutely essential to the story and hot as hell. All right, we're almost done. We're in the home. We're last three. I think there's a few more legendaries. Obviously the birds, and then I think there's one more. Lugia, the supreme ruler of Johto. She created the country and established order in a once war-torn land. She has left her children in charge and went into hiding, sealing herself away until a great threat arises. Oh, God. Oh, wow. The ultra secret meta romance of something like that. I should also point out Lily has specified she is tall. I think in one of the non-Rule 34 art pieces she did, the normal human came up to like Lugia's thigh. She is a big woman. Also, yes, that is a Kakyoin, I think was her name. It has been too long since I've watched it. It's a Kill la Kill reference. It's a Kill la Kill. Her entire outfit is a Kill la Kill reference to it has been too many years since I watched the series, but the main villain for like the first half of the show who turns out to actually be on the protagonist's side by the end. She is massive. She is in charge. I don't even know if I would call it a romance option. It'd be more like an Easter egg where you could convince her and then it's revealed to be like a dream. Because this is basically a god. This is basically the god of Johto. And I don't think you'd be able to get away with that. I don't think you'd be able to get away with that. But the face, the way she's glaring, it makes me feel a certain way. I'm not going to lie. And the subtle movement, like the subtle reveal of the upper thigh. She's using the Japanese style sandals with the long thigh highs. She even has the kind of harpy design where she doesn't have normal hands. She's got her wings. And for some reason, that still works. That still works. Meta romance idea. She knows it's a game and she is more dating you for completing like a 20-step Easter. Oh, so like leaning on the fourth wall again. Okay, I could kind of see that. But yes, would a 10,000%. Like Dunsparce is still my favorite individual design, but there is no denying Lugia is sensually attractive. Look at me like you're going to kill me, Miss Lugia. I beg of you. And Ho-Oh, the guardian deity of Johto. She cares more about harmony and nature. She commands the fire, spirit flames and can revive herself and others at will. She wields the Spear of Light, a weapon forged by her own flame. So here we have a more classic Harpy Girl design. She's following in the same design philosophy that Lily has done for pretty much all the bird girls, which is if they have to use items or tools or anything, they use their feet for it while keeping their wing hands free. A bit less attractive. I don't know. It's more like Lugia is powerful and unapproachable normally, but she's more human-like, so that makes her contradictorily, that makes her more approachable. Ho-Oh seems properly divine. Like, Ho-Oh wouldn't even touch the ground if you encountered her. She would be up in the air and she would be whispering, but you would hear her voice as if she was standing next to you. Lugia seems more earthy, if that makes any sense. Like, she's more attached to the physical realm, whereas Ho-Oh seems almost like she's detached from the physical realm. Would do, but I don't see how you'd be able to. Like, maybe when you die, like that would be your final reward when you go into heaven and Ho-Oh's like, yeah, I'll give you a shot. Something like that, the final reward in heaven. I don't know, because it doesn't seem right that you'd be able to smash her in that. I would if given the opportunity, but it almost feels wrong to do so. Like you're sullying something divine. And Celebi, also known as the voice of the forest. She can time travel at will. She only appears in times of peace. She loves music and will often fancy skilled artists. She can heal plants and life around. And she's a tiny fairy girl. I mean, would? But also she's very alien looking. And that kind of creeps me out. Like, she has the big ol' eyes like anime is supposed to, but they're even bigger in comparison to her head. And she's obviously very short. She's very short. This feels like, again, similar to the Suicune situation that we said, where it's like she's following you in secret. Celebi feels like it would have a very similar vibe. Like, she's been following you the entire game. She's the one who chooses you to be the hero of the story. But that also means you don't encounter her till like the very end. At least, not obviously. God, I am hiccuping crazy. My apologies. She's cute, she's adorable, and that kind of works because she does have a Midna. Yes, she is very Midna coded, which does mean, I mean, if you've spent any time on certain websites, that does not stop people. She's the romance option of a second. Oh, that could work. A new game plus, and she only gets a romance option new game plus because then your character is aware of her existence from the beginning. I like that idea, Tenwin. Perfect. That would be perfect, especially because of the time travel aspect. You could even be like, I wish I'd known you better as part of like the ending of your normal game. And then you can reference that when you meet her in the second playthrough in the new game plus. And that's what unlocks it from the beginning for you to romance her. I like that idea. We're thinking on the same wavelength, Tenwin. Thank you for that. But yes, would smash on the second playthrough when you uncover the secret romance option. Definitely. Oh. I don't think there's anything else. I think that's the end. I think that's the last one. Yep.
And that's Gen 2.
Yes, it is.
If you guys
Thank you,
like
Lily.
this showcase, like, comment, subscribe. Just let me know what you think. Before you ask, yes, there should be a video for Gen 1, but I am redoing a lot of the artwork for it, but it will come soon. Here's hoping.
I mean, soon. It's been a couple of months. I hope she's still working on it. I really do. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. I have no idea what I'm going to do with this because I don't have any editing skills. And I also know Lily, like a lot of YouTube streamers, tries to edit out a lot of swear words when people are talking. And Lord knows I swear like a bloody sailor. So I don't know if I'll get an edited version of this. But if Lily ever comes across this or someone sends it to her or it gets like shown somewhere where she's able to see it, I apologize for not having a more reaction friendly version. Because I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Because again, I've seen a lot of people review these character designs purely from a Smasher Pass vibe or purely from an art vibe. But I really wanted to look at it from like a video game NPC, video game companion kind of look. Because I just feel, since Lily has said herself that it would be amazing, even if it could never happen, because Nintendo is loading the shotgun as we speak for me even mentioning the idea. I can hear their lawyers getting ready to batter down my door for even suggesting a hentai-styled or anime monster girlified Pokemon, even as a joke. I can feel the fucking lawyers from here. It would never happen, but if it did, if we lived in a universe where we could make a Pokemusu RPG, I just wanted to talk about that angle because RPGs are my bread and butter as far as games go. And I would love to have those kind of relationships in a game, even if it didn't have like, I know I've been nothing but a pervert for the last like 4 hours or 3 hours, really. But even if you take out all of that and just make it a fade to black scene, they still feel like there's a lot you could work with as far as character design and character stories. I just said that Lugia would be a meta romance. Last sex scene is Lugia Ho and Celebi foursome. Oh, that would be interesting. That'd be interesting. I still think the childhood friends plus Pupitar would be the best combo. That's like you go home and rebuild your village and live happily ever after. Nintendo Ninja sounds from the shadow in the corner. I'm not doing anything. This is all hypothetical, Nintendo. Take your assassins back. Don't make me send them back to you in a bag. That's the perfect ending romance, not the meta one. Ah, I see. Regardless, that is going to be it. I'm going to call stream here. I've been yapping for 3 hours straight, and I wasn't really sure what else to do because I knew we were going to end Endless Legend today, and I wasn't sure what else we were going to do. But a 4.5 hour stream is certainly not bad. It's a little bit shorter than our normal Sundays, but I could use the extra time because I got to figure out what we're doing for a while. It is only the 9th of August, and Dawn of War 4 and Endless Legend 2 do not come out until September, so we'll need to figure something out there. Regardless, I hope everyone has enjoyed this. I've had fun with it. I have no idea what I'm going to do editing-wise to try and get this up as a separate video, or because I would like to send it to Lily, even if she never watches it or never reacts to it on stream, obviously. But it'd be really nice just to know that, yeah, I can be a pervert about this. Her designs are sexual in the extreme. I love so many of them. There's very few that I would like, even the quote unquote baby Pokemon. Lily has, as I said, confirmed they're not babies in this universe. They are fully grown adult women. They just look the way they do. Like, if it's in universe, I'm just going to be honest, I'd probably be fine with it as long as they were never referred to as baby Pokemon ever again by anybody. Because her overall designs are great. I don't think there's a single design outside of that I passed on. Every single one of them would have been a smash. She draws all of them amazingly. If I could get I know she doesn't do commissions. If I could get a commission of one of the Pokemusus with a character, either me or just a faceless Anon or whatever you use it for hentai in set in the Pokemusu universe, I'd be down for it in a heartbeat. Honestly, I'm surprised that none of her community has called for a Pokemusu hentai comic or something like that. Lord knows they've dropped their money on a lot of things. If you go to her channel, she's got she made something like 1,400 subs when she was doing the Pal World review. She got like 7 different pals that her community dropped 200 gift subs a pop on for her to make a mini comic on each of them. There was the 1,200 subs they dropped for the Roxanne Wolf comic. Suffice it to say, Lily Goth's community is passionate in the extreme and has several suspiciously wealthy furries among their ranks from the looks of it. Regardless, I think I'm going to call it here. I will figure out what we're doing tomorrow. Yes, there's Rias 2, Age of Wonders 4, Blasphemous. All of those are potentials. I just need to figure out what we're doing. And hopefully I can make use of the reaction style setup occasionally as well. I don't want to make reactions my main content by any stretch of the imagination. I know there's people out there that do. People like Smuggalana, Chelser the Destroyer. They do great work. Personally, I think Chelser and Smuggalana do great work as far as providing actual commentary and things and watching things. Alicia X Life is also a great one with that. Sometimes she'll literally take a 5-minute video and turn it into a 30-minute video. But it's not my kind of thing, and I just don't think I'm quite capable. You should do reactions to big gaming events. If I didn't feel like games journalism deserves to be flushed down a toilet, I'd probably be in favor of that, Tenwin. But maybe not the events themselves, but if they do a whole bunch of trailer releases, I'll do like a response. I'll do like a reaction to those. I just, Jeff and all the people who do those announcements and those shows can just, I'm not going to say that they could, die in a fire or something like that. They don't deserve that, but it's indifference. And to me, that's so much worse. Just saying the TGAs are fun. They can be. It's something I'll keep in mind, Tenwin. I'm not ruling it out. How about that? I'm not ruling it out. I'm just not guaranteeing anything. Regardless, I think I'm going to call it here. I need more water. My throat is starting to actually hurt after talking straight like that. I don't think I've felt like this since we played Pillars 2 and I started going on rants about my various ideas of where the story was going. If you're into pen and paper, why not react to Hunter the Parroting? I am quite a bit behind on that, so I wouldn't mind. And I do like most of the old World of Darkness stuff. That might not be bad. Something to think of when I'm not in the middle of a game that I just want to power through. Because to be honest, usually when I'm in an RPG mood, I just want to keep going on the RPG. You all saw that with Underrail. But I think I will call it here today. Tenwin, Salas, everybody who hung out with us and stayed by. Hope you all have a glorious rest of your day. Which was the last one you saw? I don't even remember. They were still in the middle of the Hunter's Lodge. In fact, I think it was the first one they were there. I'm going to have to call it here. I'm going to go get some water. I hope you all have a glorious rest of your weekend. And I will see you tomorrow with whatever the hell we're going to be playing then. Have a good one, guys. I hope you have a good one. Hope you have a good one. And actually, hold on. Is Lily on right now? Hold on. I was about to leave, but is Lily on right now by any chance? Close the full screen. Is Lily on by any chance right now? Because sometimes she streams on Sundays and sometimes she doesn't. Oh, God. Because I'm in the just chatting category, there's so many fucking people in here. Yes, she is on. We're going to go ahead and raid right into Kinky, into Lily. I keep doing that. I feel really bad. Because I feel like calling her that when she's doing her non-adult content feels, I don't know, disrespectful. Feels very disrespectful. But regardless, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. We're going to go right into Lily Goth. Have a good one, guys, and give her some love. Because she does an amazing job with her art. It looks like she is reviewing Limbus Company designs right now. So, hope you all have a glorious day, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.
Try and make her feel a little bit older.